We have worked with their current owner, as he was previously with Kilgore Paving. We've worked with their current project manager. He was also with Kilgore Paving. The engineer's estimate was about $450,000. We feel like the $410,000 bid was a very good bid. And again, that was for 825 North, rebuild from Main Street up to 150 East, and it includes the 100 East cul-de-sac. And then it includes two overlays, 1900 North from, I think about 150 East to 300 East, and 1600 North from 4th West down to about 500 West. Those are two streets that we really wanted to try to get overlaid this year, as they are close to kind of being dead streets for us. So we felt fairly fortunate we were able to get those bid amounts under the engineer's estimate.
Kevin, as was mentioned tonight, I think the real issue here is about the trees and rebuilding the street. Well, one of the questions that was asked today, as well as previously, is the plan to remove all trees? Is there any accommodation for trees that have not popped the sidewalk? And you just want to clarify the current plan.
Most of the trees are not in the best shape. They haven't been maintained really well. They aren't really the type of tree that ought to be planted in a 4-foot park strip. So the plan is, yes, to take down all the trees in the park strip and to reconstruct the street per the city standard with a 4-foot park strip again. So yes, all of the trees in the city right-of-way are scheduled to be removed, as well as the stumps.
And if the city council, during the process of trying to come up with a policy, debating the policy issues, should we replace trees when we take them out? In terms of the timeline of this project and making that decision, what accommodations can be made to allow the city council some flexibility in making that decision? Timelines and in terms of managing the work in the park strip.
Yeah, I really think that your options are probably to maybe go with a wider park strip. If that's something that you wanted to look at, we would be able to accommodate that. You would have to narrow up the street in order to do that. Otherwise, again, you're just going to have the same 4-foot wide park strip that you've always had. And maybe there ought to be some different types of trees that ought to be planted in, that are more accommodating to a 4-foot park strip. We'd like to, as Public Works and Engineering, we'd actually like to see the trees moved back of sidewalk. But we do have a current city ordinance that allows certain types of trees in the park strip. We have not, we won't be compacting any of the soils in the park strip any further. We'll be compacting beneath the sidewalk, beneath the curb and gutter, as we typically do. So we won't be further impeding future planting of trees with this project. It'll be constructed as it is now. But we really think that if park strip trees are wanted, we really think that there ought to be a wider park strip. At least that's my recommendation, is if I really feel like you need about an 8-foot wide park strip to get trees to grow properly and to have the overhangs into the streets. Even then, it's maybe less than ideal. In the street, you have to have the tree trimmed up 13 feet. Over the sidewalks, you have to have the trees trimmed up 8 feet. So it's got to be a type of tree that will grow and flourish in that space.
Tammy, you had a concern about the soil underneath the sidewalk. Is that still a concern? Because the bid here has asphalt what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I would like to have Scott speak to that, actually. Our state forester, who happens to also be a Centerville citizen. I think that in the little bit that I talked to him, then that maybe allayed my concern on that. Right now I'm leaning towards that we probably could move forward, but still disagree that we need even any larger of a park strip necessarily, certainly not to 8 or 10 feet. There are trees that work in a 4-foot park strip. But Scott, do we want to?
Yeah, Scott, if you'd be
invite
willing to
Scott
come
up
and
at this
speak to
time?
us, that would be very helpful. We appreciate your expertise and you, any experience you have with other cities who have dealt with this. We've tried to gather some information on other cities' ordinances, and we don't, Randy, you're welcome to contribute to the conversation as well.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I do have a chance in my work to do quite a bit of learning and witnessing what has succeeded and what has failed in other cities, including provisions of ordinance or code that regulates the park strip. Many cities have not allowed the planting of street trees in park strips less than 6 feet wide. Back in 2011, Centerville City updated its park strip code for trees, and it disallowed any trees in park strips narrower than 3.5 feet in width. And it is my opinion that a 4-foot width is no greater than a 3-foot width concerning the longevity and the needs of trees. Most often, it is the trees that outgrow their available space and space for the root collar of the tree. The root collar is the junction between the trunk and the primary scaffold roots, which then go outward. In our industry, the way that we plant trees with transplants, they no longer have tap roots. They no longer go deep. Tree roots stay very close to the soil surface so they can exchange oxygen, give off oxygen, okay, and readily absorb water when it's available. And in our climate, where we have a very dry summer climate, those roots tend to be very shallow. And they also are shallow in urban settings because there is some degree of compaction that occurs when we convert agricultural lands or wildlands into subdivisions. So the soil texture and compaction combined with a limited width does prevent trees from attaining full maturity. It is often the case that 20 to 40 years down the road that you have this conflict occurring. And what we see is very typical across this state and across the country: raised concrete panels and or curb, which is pushing out, and cracks are developing in the curbs. I am of the professional opinion that wider tree strips or park strips will allow for more species of trees, but also allow trees to live several decades longer than they're currently living in 3.5, 4-foot, and 5-foot wide park strips. Salt Lake City has several very large park strips, and they've been able to grow trees longer. However, there's other issues that come into play, one of which is water conservation. When fee impacts go into place to bill more aggressively irrigation water, then oftentimes those streetscapes are the ones that are cut off from water first. And in Salt Lake City's case, many maples, thousands of maples have died over the course of the last decade because of combined drought and the water fee structure and the encouragement of xeric landscapes. So, with respect to the 1825 North Street, I think that the 4-foot wide park strip is only going to be a temporary place for trees. And as such, I came up with 7 trees here that would grow slow to medium growth speed or accelerated growth, and that would be tolerant to the salt, which sometimes comes off from the plow work to throw ice and snow off the road. These are not large stature trees. They're medium to small stature trees. And as was mentioned, these small trees do not fulfill the same outcomes as large stature trees, which are very wide and very tall. These species of trees that I've listed are going to be probably at a max 20 to 25 feet tall, but they will require pruning in order to keep them out of the impact zone of the garbage trucks and snow plows, and they will also require pruning to keep them out of the eyes and faces of people when they're strolling down the sidewalk as well. The native soil on 1825 South is very sandy and very well drained. I think that keeping road base out of there would be a great condition for the trees to better grow, and then minimizing the use of vibrating rollers in that area or some sort of mechanical compaction devices would also help the trees, because it is loose soil that allows water and oxygen to penetrate into lower soil horizons, which in turn encourages root growth at a greater depth. And it may hasten a quick development of a very broad root collar. I envision the trees largely growing in the strip, 4 feet wide, the length of the park strip. That's where the roots are going to be. They're not going to likely migrate under the road surface or the curb, and they will likely not migrate under the sidewalk because of the compaction that will take place there. However, these are small stature trees, and I think there is, with irrigation and proper pruning and proper planting, a chance for them to survive and to provide decades of service. I recall this street, 1825 North, back in 1992 when I lived in Bountiful, and I was looking for a place to bow hunt deer in the winter season because there's a late season hunt, and I could never pick out the street sign quick enough, so I always looked for that street that had those honey locusts planted on the sidewalk because I could see it going down the road 30 miles an hour. So I know that these trees have been there very prominent. However, they are not well suited for the place they've been planted. And they've just simply outgrown the space that they need to develop the type of root collar and the type of roots that now have to maintain the health of that tree. Be glad to answer any questions. So
Ann Linton mentioned that arborists did tell her those were good park strip trees. Do you think that that was just not understanding that that was a 4-foot park strip is the issue there?
Would you please, my hearing's kind of bad.
One of our guests spoke in the open session, Ann Linton, and she said she spoke with arborists that said the honey locust is a good park strip tree. Do you think that they just were not understanding that that was a 4-foot park strip is the difference?
That's correct. I think that a good park strip might be defined as 8 foot wide or wider. Okay. And honey locust is an excellent tree for Utah's climate and what we can provide to them. However, space is one of those things we need to provide for honey locust.
For that tree. And then you mentioned that the root system wouldn't go through the sidewalk because that's where road base is. Are you familiar at all with these systems of soil compaction versus road base under the sidewalk so that the roots can move over?
I'm familiar from it, looking at presentations and witnessing tree failures which occur in park strips, where the wind event is so much velocity that it throws trees over. And oftentimes, it is a lack of abundance under the sidewalk, which does cause that. Now, in the case of 1825 North, there are roots migrating under, but I think from a tree manager standpoint, it would be better to have most or not all the roots confined to the park strip, and the park strip be managed to sustain the health of trees.
Okay.
The alternative is, as was mentioned, a wider park strip or homeowners planting large specimen trees in their own front yards to gain the benefits of large shade trees. But oftentimes, outside of parks and cemeteries, large trees are not best managed in small spaces.
Right.
Our parks and cemeteries are good. Parks are a wonderful place to manage large trees. Cemeteries, there's some conflict there with the purposes of cemeteries, but there can be areas set aside without soil disturbance where you can plant those. But park strips are just they're not friendly to trees, and there's always a conflict that will arise when they're narrow in width.
But if we did desire to continue that distinct look of a tree with park strip trees, then stick to this list, is what you're saying, and they'll be most
Yeah.
successful.
I think using this list here as a place. Now, some of these trees are hard to come by, too. You know, one of the reasons why some trees end up in park strips is because they're readily available from any garden center or any box store, and there's some seeking that needs to be done to find these trees. But I tried to come up with a variety of trees which would tolerate pruning that needs to be done for the right of ways, while also bringing decades of longevity, but it will not be the closed canopy of the honey locust trees, which are there now. And I'm sorry, but that's just kind of the problem that we're facing. Large trees need large roots.
I have a question. So if you had to make a recommendation, would you recommend that we don't put trees back in a 4-foot? I mean, if we have, we've got to make a decision, but what would your recommendation be? Would it be to move the trees back into the yards and leave the park strips open?
Given what I think the future will, I think water is going to become increasingly limited in the future. And I think that and this is my own deal, I've grass in my park strip, but I can see it one day where I'm going to have to tear it out and put a gravel or a xeric landscape in place. I think that the population of Utah will continue to drive a limitation of water, and I wonder if the park strips might be the places we stop watering first. So I think if an individual has an interest in trees, I think that it's best served if they're planted in a personal lot rather than a public space. Just looking at the water situation coming down the road, I don't know, and that's what Salt Lake City's done. They've discouraged the watering of the park strips, which are very wide because of the fee structure of water that's gone into place. And I think that there's going to be things that will come about out of water conservation in the future. So yes, I do think that trees are best served in an individual's yard, and because then it's just you're more attached to it, I think. But then again, we don't have a lot of trees in my neighborhood in the park strips because they're narrow. So, but I know that people are very passionate about it, and I could understand it. Trees are wonderful organisms.
Scott, I'll ask you, and maybe ask Steve or Randy or Kevin to comment on this, that trees in a park strip or a uniform planting of trees either in the park strip or behind the park strip is very aesthetically appealing. It looks nice, makes the neighborhood look nice, but it's more expensive. It's expensive to maintain, it's expensive to put in. Have you seen any cities or programs where you can adequately quantify the cost of having beautiful trees in your cities in a uniform manner so that we can judge, okay, is this worth it? If it was no cost, we would all do it, but it costs money.
In order to understand cost, you have to understand benefit. And so much of a tree's benefit is related upon the real estate, the impact that tree has upon the real estate value and the curbside appeal of a home. And the other values are very prescriptive. They come with, capturing rainwater during producing oxygen and sequestering carbon. Those are prescriptive. There's no real markets to capture that benefit. But the cost of a tree, the basic cost of a tree, is $425 to establish an average 2.5 caliber tree with a professional planting. You can do it. You can still get a tree for $220, a nice tree, if you don't, and if you plant it yourself. But then you have to look at the back end of the investment, which is the tree removal. Now, in the case of the honey locust trees, I understand that the city was going to pay. Is the city going to pay for the removal of the trees?
Yes.
Okay. So, if it were up to the statute as it is now, where you have to get a permit, in the 2011 statute, the resident, I believe, would be assigned the cost of removal for the tree that is planted there, whether they planted it or they got it from someone else. Is that about right?
Undecided.
The policy, the ordinance now,
Yeah.
I believe, though, the ordinance still places the responsibility for maintaining the tree on the property owner, and that's a big, in the park strip. The property owner adjacent has the responsibility to maintain it, and that's one of the big issues that we have talked about. We have to consider long-term, are we going to continue to expect the property owners to maintain the trees? Practically speaking, many of them do not. I come from my last place of employment, Colorado, that was the city, Canyon City, Colorado, known as a Tree City USA for many, many years, and has 10,000 trees in its public spaces, including its park strips. And it was an identity for the community that they were proud of, but it did come with a price. They had 2 full-time foresters who spent year-round trimming trees, had a bucket truck that the city owned, and they still had to supplement it with contracts with tree trimmers in order to maintain all the trees in the right-of-way by only trimming the tree once every 10 years. That's how long it took to complete the cycle, so it was several $100,000, a city of about our size.
And I can agree with that. It's a costly endeavor to assign somebody to care for the trees in the public parking strip. And therefore, a lot of cities assign that duty of care to the adjacent homeowner whose frontage is on that park strip. I don't know what your bid was for tree removal on the honey locust, but I would suspect that they're probably 300 to 600 each.
Between the stump removal and cutting the tree down, cutting down and the stump removal, it's probably, what is it?
Stump removal is expensive.
Yeah.
So we bid out the smaller trees up to 12-inch in diameter separately, and then we bid out 12 to 24-inch diameter trees, and then we bid the stumps out separately. So we do have prices on that.
It's about $500 to cut down the smaller trees and remove the stump, and it's $780 to the larger trees, to cut them down and remove the stump.
Yeah. And if that,
That's probably a good price for what a homeowner would normally get.
yeah, that's a good price. That's a good price. And when, Mayor, you asked what, their value, you have to take into account real money expenditures and real markets. And you have an entry point with the cost of the tree, and then you have to consider the full effects of that exit price. And in the span of several decades, what could happen to that tree in that park strip? Hopefully they don't become, they fracture the infrastructure of the sidewalk or create trip hazards or injury, but it all has to be taken into account. And there's no great methodology, I feel, that assigns that worth, because so much of it is in prescription of cost, not in true markets. But
It's a tough decision. I mean, it'd be more economical if we all lived in cinder block apartments, but we don't. We like to live in beautiful homes with trees and lawns, which are very expensive, and we like to live in cities that look beautiful with beautiful parks and beautiful streets. And as a community, we have to decide, are we willing to pay to live in a beautiful place? Many other communities have said, yes, that's important to us, that's part of our identity. Centerville's got to decide, do we value that enough to pay for it?
if we could go back 50 years and say, let's put 8-foot park strips in, I think we wouldn't be here today talking about 1825 North.
Well,
You know,
exactly. We as staff have agreed that if we had 60-foot right-of-ways for our local roads instead of 50-foot right-of-ways, we could have 8-foot park strips on each side. Unfortunately, our local roads have been built within 50-foot right-of-ways for the most part. Our collector roads are in larger right-of-ways, and there may be some options there in the future as we replace those roads that we could utilize some of that space, maybe even narrow the roads in those cases, and yeah.
Do you know what are the other towns doing, other cities? Are you seeing them ban them from park strips? What?
Banning from park strips has been occurring, especially as more services are provided in other endeavors for open space. Draper's one of those cities, or excuse me, Sandy, they got out of any trees in the park strip less than 6 foot wide. And as more cities encounter what's happening with the large specimen trees and the small spots, they're adapting their codes, and that's why the 2011 ordinance was changed. I think that was the reason why, because there's conflict and you have to replace sidewalk. There are some pilot projects going underway in Logan where they are trying to put in place a panel, smaller square panels in the sidewalk zone where trees are lifting the roots. But the problem with the 1825 North planting is that I think those trees were planted a little bit closer to the curb than the sidewalk. And if it's going to, it's going to push up against the curb, just like it's been doing lifting those sidewalk panels.
Scott, do you have any opinion on a few cities, Cottonwood Heights, I think it was Murray, a few others have put in place programs to encourage residents to plant trees in their own, in front of their home by supplementing the cost of the tree or providing them a bulk buy. Have you seen any of those be really successful?
Grantsville City has one of those cost share programs where the city does a bulk buy of trees that are delivered in April of each year, and it's their Arbor Day activity where people can pre-purchase these trees that have come at a discount price. And I think that the city does contribute $100 or $200 per household, I think it was, and you get up to 2 trees. So there are ways that cities are encouraging trees, but doing so by helping the people in the fronts of their own personal yards rather than the park strips.
And would that be a different list of trees than you recommended here?
Yes, it would be a different list. These trees are limited in height. I think that one might want to consider larger trees for the more shading that they have, but you also have more leaves to pick up and more branches to prune, and there's a lot of different opinions. Pardon me?
What about cars parking on the street? With the tree closer to the curb, what does that do for people who want to park on the street?
It does provide shading, good shading for, shade does benefit the streets because there's fewer volatile gases coming off those petroleum-based street surfaces. They're volatilizing less, and then there's a cooling effect upon that street surface and the cars themselves. So shade is very valuable in Utah, and that's why I think that, you know, way back when, they did wider parking strips because they wanted shade trees that were large, that would provide that shade before the advent of centralized air and some of the luxuries we have now.
Scott, one problem that we've found in some areas that sometimes the trees, if they're shading at maybe a north-facing section of road, sometimes we have problems with it icing over. So maybe the snow sits on it longer and maybe doesn't melt as quickly. So we have actually noticed some areas, sections of our roads that are in the shade that we feel are sometimes failing quicker because of ice buildup. And again, usually those are on trees that the shade is on there for a long time over the winter months, but
Yeah,
that's just a comment.
I think I can agree with that. At least a north-facing house where it has concrete,
Yeah.
the chip cement come as a result of expanding water. I'd like to investigate that, but I think that's probably a good observation.
Well, so as is true with so many things, you have one pro and one con, and it becomes kind of a value decision. I think that trees definitely fits into that category. The question that I have for both Scott and staff, I think we'll need to decide, we'll have a longer discussion about trees in general, but the more pressing issue is on this street in particular. And I feel inclined to replace what we're taking out. These property owners bought into this neighborhood with these trees as a part of their infrastructure, you might say. So if that were the case, and if that is what we decided, then a couple of questions. You had mentioned that loosely compacted soil is very important, loosened soil, for the success of the trees, especially when they're newly planted, right? So do you think that it's best to have that be a part of the project before everything gets replanted over, new lawn put down, to be able to freshly loosen that soil, place the trees, and then let other new landscaping go in?
You know, there's a process where you dig soil out and put it on the side, and then after the soil compaction and the infrastructure work is done, including utilities in the park strip, then the soil is placed back in. I'm not familiar with it on a street project. I know they do it on college campuses and high-profile government buildings where they're trying to recreate landscapes that are torn out. But any sort of action you can do to put soil in that's relatively loose will help the tree in the long run. Because the water will penetrate deeper when it's available, and the oxygen. Oxygen is key to root tissues, in particular the fine roots, which acquire a lot of moisture. Not so much the woody roots, which transport moisture from the soil, but the fine roots penetrate loose soil more effectively. And there are some companion fungus that attach themselves on those fine roots called mycorrhizal fungi, and they tend to do better in oxygenated soils. So
Sure.
any sort of thing you can do after the sidewalk is installed and the curb's installed to loosen things up, I think it would benefit better planting success, survival rate, quicker establishment, and a growth character that's typical to the species I've listed.
Okay. And you also mentioned 18 inches depth. So my question for staff is, will we have that depth of soil? What are utilities are in the park strip, and what depth are they at?
Last week, we dug in one of the park strips.
The internet can't hear you, so if you head over to the mic.
It's interesting that we've talked about trees, and that's only one component. One of the problems we have is all the utilities that are being placed. And the problem of it is, it's not just today. We're inventing new utilities to be placed every year. We've got a lot extra cables that go in every year. We've got 7 or 8 in the 2-foot or 4-foot park strip. You've got 8 different cables. How do you dig down through those, do utilities, or even put soil underneath it? So it's not just the tree that we're dealing with, but it's the infrastructure. The park strips are there for utility companies, gas lines, power lines, cable TV, Utopia, water lines, and so they're filled with utilities. And so I think we need to consider that as we talk about it as well. If we were to loosen the soil up, I agree, if we want to do something very beautiful and maintain the trees and do a street where we reduce the street width and put nice park strips and we maintain it and the trees are beautiful, I think that's great. But where we're putting so much money into something, are we going to maintain the trees? I personally think we've got to think very carefully about what we're doing with our money. And trying to dig the park strip, that was just last week we tried to dig it up. We had to vacuum clean around those pipes. We couldn't dig with even a shovel. We had to get a great vac truck in and vacuum it out. So every utility puts in more. It's amazing how often the telephone company will put in a brand new cable up and down the streets. And some may be vacant and some may not. But it's amazing how cluttered our streets are becoming with utilities, our park strips, and even behind the park strips. And so it's a difficult thing that we're facing in our society today.
And what depth are those utilities buried
They're
at?
between 18 to 36 inches is the depth at which they're at. So
are we causing danger by putting the trees in there and having the roots go down into our utilities?
absolutely. In fact, on 1825 North, we can't shut some of the people's water off because the tree roots have gone around and the tree is so close to the meter we can't get a valve key on the meter. So yes, it is a problem. In fact, sometimes when the utility companies, the tree roots get wrapped around the utilities and they can't repair them. So there is a conflict, just not with the trees and the beauty of the trees, but it is a conflict with all the utilities that are placed in the park strip as well. So
But most of them are supposed to be deeper than 18 inches, so
not necessarily, no. No, in fact, cable TV is probably the shallowest. They're probably 6 inches underneath that. But the rules, for example, like gas has to be like 36 inches, power 24 inches. So it's between 36 to 6 inches. You'll have utilities. Water line will be deeper, will be 42 inches. And so you have different depths for different types of utilities. You have voltage that's high, has to be 48 inches, low voltage 24 inches. So anyway, I just think as we talk about it, we need to consider what the park strips were built for. What are their multiple uses, not just for beauty, but also for
And is
utility.
a Dual Creek not as deep as that either?
Yeah, Dual Creek's very shallow.
That's what.
Oh yeah, they're only about a foot deep.
That's what I thought.
So I think in context of the discussion we're having tonight, and this is not an issue that I think we will solve tonight relative
Right.
to this bid. So I would motion that we award the bid for the street reconstruction overlays to Advanced Paving in the amount of $410,977.53.
a second on that motion?
Second.
Before we vote on this, I want to thank Scott for coming and educating us.
I don't think this is going to be the only education. I think this is something that needs to be worked into a comprehensive plan.
Could I ask Scott one more question? I want to ask him his opinion on, do you feel that any soil loosening in the park strip, could all of that work be completed after the street was built, the curb and gutter sidewalk?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm not familiar with the other infrastructure that could be disturbed.
Sure. I mean, just for the tree itself, regardless of any utilities. Because we would hesitate to recommend any loose soils underneath our curb and gutter or sidewalk.
Right.
So that would be my question is, could those soils be loosened afterwards adequately?
Or even just as the soil is replaced, because is a lot of the soil being removed with
Not in the park strip.
No?
So
Okay.
6 inches on
Maybe-
both sides, right?
maybe 6 inches on each side, 4 inches of road base beneath the sidewalk.
And then is it the plan of the city to replace the lawns, the lawns that, okay. So the thing that I don't disagree with moving forward with the bid. I do think we still would have time, though, to seriously explore the option of whether or not we feel that it's appropriate to replace trees that are being torn out where they did exist, and that we could decide before this project is complete as a council, so that if we were going to replace those trees, it could happen before new sod got laid, so that soil could be loosened.
Maybe one suggestion or something to investigate. Bob's Tree Service is the subcontractor for advanced paving. Is that right? Would it be appropriate to have a conversation with them about the cost of putting in these trees at the same time they're probably not doing the landscape repair work. Yeah, somebody else is doing the landscape repair.
I have one more question for you, Scott. How deep do the roots normally go?
So that's why the recommendation of 18 inches. Majority of tree roots are in the upper 12 inches of the soil, but that lower 6 to 18 inches is where some of the deeper roots can occupy if there's good water infiltration and no compaction in that zone.
So we should know that they're capable of going a good 18 inches.
Your recommendation, are you encountering in tree roots at 18 inches? Absolutely. Yeah.
Probably
Thank
the
you.
bigger trees more likely as well.
So I agree with your point that it's worth considering that, but I wouldn't hold up the project based on that. The
I
tree can
agree.
come in at any point.
Yeah.
But I'd recommend that, as the council, that we put it on the next agenda to continue to explore for this particular street.
Let me suggest an alternative.
Please.
Okay.
As we do this, as this work is done, Randy and Kevin, will we be documenting the utilities that are there and the depth of the utilities in the park strip?
Not necessarily.
Just wherever we expose them would be, where would be an opportunity to document them there, but would we have enough reference, we would have a number of reference points as to the utility, the depth of the utilities that would generally represent the condition of the utilities in the park strip?
We're putting new water meters in the park strip because the meters are in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And so that, at each meter, you would be able to
Okay.
see around that meter.
So house by house, you'd have that one point, and here's where I'm going with that. We would have that information so that if at a later point in time, we made a decision to plant trees in that park strip, we'd at least have that information about the utilities. I am concerned about trying to make a decision that integrates with this particular project. In my opinion, trees can be added later. And I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but I don't think you have to dig up the entire park strip and loosen the soil in order to plant a tree every 50 feet or so. You have a planting area for that tree. I mean, ideally, I guess you would want it loosened up the whole way, but we've got lawn. Are we going to be saving any lawn in the park strips?
No.
None?
we're not.
Okay.
One thing about the park strips now, this is one of the worst from the standpoint of the utilities. In fact, our street light was hit because we have so many utilities in the planter strip. That's why the street light doesn't work on Main Street, because they were boring it, and they hit some of the other utilities. And then the week we had our meeting up there, there was another hit from Utopia. So people keep hitting each other, they keep boring. So there are just a lot of utilities there.
But
And I'm not sure, we'll have to go out, if we were to do what Kevin just talked about, we'd have to go out on every one of the meters and find out what utilities are there. I mean, it could be done. I'm just concerned about the present and into the future.
Yeah,
as we
and-
keep adding more
And
utilities.
let me go forward with my comments. I mean, we've talked already in earlier meetings, the fact that we're going to inventory every street in this city, all the trees,
Yes.
all the sidewalks.
Yes, we are.
And I think that's a better time to make a decision rather than trying to do something with this specific street. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think we can decide on the street without deciding on the city, because kind of what we do for them, we have to be willing to do for.
Yeah, I think we can only go on the merits of the motion that we have right now. This is a larger discussion, and I think it warrants a little bit more thought, maybe whether or not it makes sense to measure what the depth is, but we don't have enough data points to make a decision relative to trees on this project right now. We just don't.
And Mayor, before you vote on this, you probably ought to ask me about the funding, the budget versus the cost.
Yes, would you like to speak on the budget versus the cost?
I would like to,
Thank
because bottom line is you don't have quite enough budget to do this whole project, this contract, plus the contract for crack seal and slurry seal that you've awarded. But I've done the analysis. When you take into account the crack seal and slurry seal bid that you've already awarded, and this bid tonight, and you consider construction management costs from ESI, and a contingency, a modest contingency, not a big contingency, and you add those all up, and you take also into account that about $50,000 of this project you're awarding tonight can be charged to storm drain utility because it's paying the cost of a storm drain. So that helps out the street budget. But all of that rolled together means we will be an estimated $60,000 short budget-wise, but I have the solution. Our budget right now does not include any of the new money, the gasoline tax adjustment that took effect January 1, nor the Proposition 1 or transportation sales tax money that took effect April 1. And there should be enough of that actually received by June to make up the difference, that $60,000 difference. And you can amend your budget in June and cover this. That's if all the work gets done by June 30. If $60,000 or more carries over into next year, then it's not a budget issue anyway. It would come out of the next street budget. So you got any questions about that? Yeah, I just want to make sure you understand that's the funding situation.
My anticipation was that they would not be able to complete this work that quickly, and so
Yeah, the
Maybe
final
in the next
payments will
years.
probably spill over, but the contractor is wanting to start within a couple of weeks.
Any further concerns? Otherwise, let's go ahead and vote on the motion to award the bid for...
No, you don't have the liability
No, no. The motion is to award the bid for street reconstruction overlays to Advanced Paving in the amount of $410,977.53. So, Bill, let's start the voting with you.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, that's unanimous. We appreciate spending a little extra time on this now so that we become educated in our discussions with residents and in our policy decisions later. So thank you for that. All right, we are only...
Randy, you and Kevin going to stay for a bit? Oh, Kevin can speak to the, answer questions?
We need you for the 100 South,
Can you, okay, you got to go.
which is right now. So the next item is a direction on the 100 South issue. I think you've read the material in the backup report that we asked for some additional time to consider this. I've asked the staff to prepare an opinion on what is needed for drainage and flood control in their professional opinion before we make a decision on this.
Let's see, it's been about 6 years ago since we built the debris dam up above in Dual Creek Canyon. At that time, the FEMA map was amended, that the downstream, I'm trying to remember how many homes, but maybe
Almost 200.
200 homes.
Well, I would say about 200 home sites, some of which haven't been built on because of the floodplain that existed. I think there was 170 or 180 homes, something like that at the time.
That were taken out of the 100-year floodplain. And so the debris dam was designed to handle all of the debris flow that would possibly be loosened and come down through the canyon. And beneath the dam, there's a base flow pipe that handles the 100-year water flow, the discharge. And so we do think there is some need for some capacity, especially for silts that tend to settle out. Up at the debris dam, there's a takeout for Dual Creek Irrigation Company, but there's not really a good sedimentation area. In fact, their takeout often gets silted in. The pipe beneath the dam has a little bit of silt in it off and on when Dual Creek is taking most of the water. And so staff does think that there needs to be a sedimentation basin, a place where the county can come in and clean out silts. And we think this is a really good spot for it, unless the county had another spot to go upstream and maybe build something. But we think this is an ideal spot for a sedimentation basin.
Your comments, however, Kevin, don't relate to whether the rest of the property is developable and still allow this function. I think.
Yes, so the volume of the basin does not need to be nearly as large as it is now. That's probably what I ought to address, is the volume is handled up above at the dam. And
There's an
so-
aerial photo, by the way, that we've put up.
And so the volume of this basin can be diminished substantially and still serve its purpose. As long as the county comes out, they typically like to clean out their sedimentation basins yearly. So as long as they keep an eye on it, and we do need to work directly with the county to see what size it ought to be, but it could be greatly reduced from what it was previously designed at.
Kevin, you may not have heard the comment by Adam Wright, the Public Works Director for the county, when he said they expect they would only clean this one out every 10 years because there isn't that much sediment that comes down it.
Well, we may have to call them yearly and get them up there, but it should not, the volume should not be designed to handle 10 years worth of silt. I think that's a little bit ridiculous. I mean, maybe they can get by, but they need to be checking it yearly to see if it needs to be cleaned out, similar to the sedimentation basin on Parish Creek. They'll go out and check that yearly. Maybe they're not.
They've said that, well, they said they haven't done this one for 9 years, so I don't know what it looks like personally. Maybe you've looked at it, but their point was that it doesn't collect a lot of sediment in a year's time. Of course, that depends on what kind of flows you have probably, but and they have also said that they would, they have offered and agreed to, even though they question the need for this sedimentation basin, they have deferred to the city staff's opinion and are willing to maintain the channel and the basin and access to it in order to clean it out periodically. But they still want to sell the property for development.
So what I was hoping to get from staff was a written analysis and written recommendations that we could send to the county to say, this is what we believe you need to leave and preserve and put in place. And, you know, it's your property, but this is our engineering professional recommendation on what needs to be there, so that we're on record protecting our community.
Yes, for example, at Parish Creek down, well, you're familiar with this area just west of where you used to live, Mayor. There's a sedimentation basin that was constructed there several years ago. That is probably a 30 by 20 structure that's maybe has 4-foot walls. So that's a similar type of structure, excuse me, that they can get into with a loader, clean it out. It has a concrete floor in it, concrete walls that they can get in and, again, inspect it yearly maybe, but maybe if the volume isn't there, maybe they don't need to clean it out. They would probably have better records than the city on how much sediment they've been hauling out of there.
What's the address of that?
That is on the frontage road, on the east side of frontage road, just after the residential.
The south end of
ends.
the pond,
So
the
south
pond
end.
area, south end of that.
That is probably 900 north, I'm guessing.
So
900 north?
my address was 812. It was across the street from there.
So you might be 850 north, frontage
850,
road, 800
850.
north. Okay.
So I have a question. There's a lot of kids that play in that area up there right now. To me, I'm picturing this square cement box that they're going to drown in.
It's basically replacing the floor of the creek with cement.
Right, but the creek is.
So it's not, it doesn't become a pond, it stays, oh, and in the case on the frontage road, they fence it, right?
Yeah, they would be required to meet the codes. Any walls over 3.5 feet, I believe, the code requires I think at least a 4-foot fence around it. There are design considerations that could be made, that they have enough room there. Maybe they could do some walls on some 45-degree angles so that maybe it wasn't quite as dangerous.
Could they leave it the way it is? I mean,
I think in order to get, the 4 or 5 lots that they could probably get on this property, I think that they'll probably want to fill the property a little bit. The volume's not really necessary. There are some ways to mitigate, make these areas a little bit safer if you feel like you have some kids back in there. Sometimes they'll even lock the gates and.
If it has to be fenced, why isn't the one at the top of 1200 north fenced? Barnard Creek.
Let's see, that was probably built in 84 maybe, or 83.
Probably, not
Yeah.
3, but 4 or 5.
That's a good question. If they have vertical walls over 4 feet, they really ought to be fenced. They ought to have a safety fence on top of them. No doubt about it. In fact, the county just put a safety fence up on our 54-inch culvert down on Chase Lane. They had a head wall that was very tall. It's a 54-inch pipe, so that head wall's got to be 6 feet tall. We talked to them a couple of months ago, and they came in and put some safety fencing up. So that's something that we could follow up with them. And
I was just going to say, in answer to Robin's question, I certainly don't know how they're planning to build it, but I personally, because of community core things and watching the flooding in a couple of years when we've had trouble, or been close to having trouble, have been part of monitoring that. And yeah, if you've got water buildup and significant flows, it could be dangerous, but 99% of the time plus, it's a pleasant place for kids to play in spite of those walls, because you've got what you described, 30 to 40 degree angles coming in that are basically weeds and grass, and they play in the water, which at least some of us used to like to do.
Kids still do.
So with regard,
Kids still do. I'll vouch for that on this one.
so with regards to the decision tonight, you can decide, hey, I want to investigate buying this, or if we're not inclined to buy it, which I'm not inclined to do that, then I think we ought to formally specify what we think needs to happen there, and we need staff's help to make very clear what we think needs to be there to protect our community and the channel.
Yeah, I think something similar to the Parish Creek sedimentation pond would be something that maybe it needs to be a little bit larger. Maybe that needs to be studied. But again, that one down there is probably, I would guesstimate 20 by 30 and maybe 4 feet deep. Dual Creek might be taking a lot of their sediment up top for them. That might be why they're not getting as much down here. But in a larger event, they'll see some sediments down there. If they haven't in the last 9, 10 years, that might be due to drought conditions. But
I just want to be on record that there are more things at stake here than the safety of the houses in a flood event. Yes, Island View Park is large, but there are not very many places where you can, on the south end, send kids to play and have an experience like this. In fact, there's nowhere else in the city where you can have an experience like you can on this little space. And I don't know that there's any way to justify paying what the county claims it's worth, unless we were independently wealthy suddenly. But I think there's more at stake here, and it's worth it to me to put up some resistance, some feelers, something. I don't want to see it developed. I think in a major event, we're going to be sorry if we have let it develop. And aside from a major event, we're going to be sorry if we let it develop, because we will have lost something.
I'm also very concerned about a large event. I mean, we say it isn't going to happen, but if you watch the news right now, I'll bet Texas wishes they had a few more of those. So I am really concerned, not about every year, but about the 1 year that we get sued because somebody's house comes down off of there. Would like to be on record also that I am very concerned about that. I do think it's a jewel in our city. I think we can't, no way justify paying $400,000 of our citizens' park money for that because it doesn't service enough citizens. But I do believe that, it is something that we don't have anything else like. I wish there was another way to work.
I wish, I'd like, Kevin, could you comment on the concern about if this property was developed in 4 or 5 lots, but the channel and the basin were preserved? In your opinion, does it aggravate the flooding potential?
this, excuse me, the stream channel will still need to be designed to meet the 100-year flood that potentially passes beneath the dam. So tightening up that stream channel, filling the properties a bit. Again, they'll still have to keep enough channel there to maintain the 100-year event. That will be a requirement of both the county and the city.
I mean, the restrictions, it's my impression from talking with the two of you over the years that the problems with Dual Creek are going to come at other points along Dual Creek.
Actually, I'd like to talk to that, Steve. Actually, downstream of this, the citizens have actually ruined the channels and will not meet the 100-year flood. I'm more worried about the homes where they've pushed it in. And I was here in 1983, and I'm well aware of the flooding that has occurred. And there are a lot of areas in the city where the channels have been compromised. In fact, we were talking about trees. For example, on Ricks Creek, it has so many trees in it that it's worse than it was in 1983. From tree growth that's grown in there, it needs to be trimmed back out. We need to, make it so the channels are good. But I'm really worried about just below this, from here down to 4th East. They put in channels that are very narrow. They put in bridges. And so I think we've got more problems downstream on the channels. And so this is only one spot that you may have a problem. You can't hold all the water here. You're going to have to let it go through.
But we need to hold more water here because of what's happened down below.
This is just a spit of water compared to what goes downstream. We need to be looking at the streams as a whole and make sure that the county is maintaining our streams to protect the citizens. So if we could leverage and do something from this to have them make sure those streams are taken care of properly, we need to look at that as well. So, yeah, I'm concerned about the streams. I personally believe this needs to be here in some form for sedimentation so that we can keep from our culverts being plugged, or their culverts. That's actually the county that's responsible. And I think they're a little lax about it, but they still say we have full responsibility to require anything here we want as far as a detention pond. So,
Right, so what I would like, if the council to sanction, is to have you and Kevin sit down and write out the plan of what you think needs to be here. And we would go on, long-term, and we
Yeah.
would go on record and send that to the county before they make a decision, so that we've got a record of it, and anyone buying the property has a clear record of what we think is necessary.
And the basic result of that hopefully would be that you look at the property, and I haven't measured anything, but you say, yeah, you can build 3 lots on it, but that's really all it facilitates.
Let me, go ahead, Randy.
go ahead. No, go ahead, Kevin.
Let me explain one concept that I don't think maybe is being grasped. On a stream channel, detention does you no good, because a stream channel event lasts weeks. So typically, a detention basin is designed to handle a 10-year event, a 50-year event, whatever event it is, in a urban runoff setting. So the notion of detention on a stream channel, those debris volume, yes, but stream water detention, that's not and maybe that's kind of a misnomer, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I live on one, and I've watched it for the last 30 years and was a little bit scared when I first bought. And mine took the street out in '83. I wasn't here, so I haven't been 30 years, I've been 27. But, yeah, it goes through very, very, very fast. But you just need the ability to work with it and control it. And so I hear what Randy's saying, and I've seen the bridges and some of the other things.
Yes, the basins are designed so that the pipes don't plug off and sediment in. And you're right, you get a stream channel event and you can't detain it. Doesn't matter how, I guess unless you have a larger reservoir. But anyways, that's something
But
that
still,
I
the
think
point
we
of my
understand.
comment is that I can see that somebody could put some lots on here, but I don't see it being 6 or 7. I see it being,
4 or 5, I think, is more realistic.
well, I've heard that, but I think it's 3 and maybe 4.
Well, you can get 3 to 4 on 200 south without affecting the basin much. And we think you can get 1 or 2 possibly on 100 south,
Accessing from 100 south.
accessing from 100.
But those would be very expensive, because there may have to be retaining walls, they may have to fill, and so the value of that may not be very good. And I would be concerned about us telling how many lots. We're going to tell them based upon geological findings and some of the ordinances what they can do with it, and we'll require whoever develops it to meet those. So I think we don't want to tell them, oh, you can get 5 or 4 or 3. We're going to tell you how big the basin needs to be, how big the channel needs to be, and how we're going to access it. I think those are some of the things that we need to determine what we feel, as well as the county.
And are you and Kevin willing to put that in writing for us?
I think I would be willing to. I think we could say what we think.
As long as Randy signs it, then I'm fine with that.
I think we do need to make sure that we have input into the as-is definition before it's put out to the
Yeah.
regular market. So I'm in total agreement that we need to do that.
Yeah. And I mean, I like your point also of taking the opportunity to evaluate the whole system and we have the ear of the county in this situation, and to put all that information on the table, so that it's at the very least a reminder that maybe some of what we have is inadequate, in your opinion.
Yes, and I think right now is a perfect time, because they have a new person that's in charge, and I think bringing it to their attention would be good, so.
So to conclude this, I'd look for a motion to direct staff to prepare a set of written recommendations on this drainage basin, what needs to
So
be in
moved.
place.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in,
I still think we ought to consider doing whatever we can to prevent there being any on there. Water retention and debris retention is not the whole picture.
But what would you recommend? Because you've also said you don't want to spend the money for it.
I think staff should be very, err on the side of caution to make sure there's plenty of space for anything so that it is less desirable at the price the county has. That's what I
When
think.
we've talked to the county, they came in, the planners, and they're on the same page with us. They've even said they realize that any developer that comes in and develops this piece of property is going to have to get the basin approved by the city. So we're on the same page with the county. We have communication directly with them. We've met with them, I think, twice on this.
We have.
And we're on the same page with the county. We don't see any problem getting full cooperation and coordination with the county on this.
I guess the problem is just to understand that that's, and I actually agree with what Stephanie's saying. I'm just not sure how aggressively we can do it when we don't want to put $300,000 or $400,000 into it. But our view is we would rather not see it change much at all. So anything that you can do to help that come to pass would be greatly appreciated. Is that a good way to say it?
Nicely stated,
Very
yes.
nicely stated.
Yes.
all right, we have a motion on the table. If there are no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, staff, for your help on this. I would like to take a short break before we continue with our agenda, which I hope the next 10 items on our agenda go much faster than the first 4.
Sure, we got traffic codes.
We could,
And then I have time to look at it.
okay. So we went 3 days.
said 2 and 3.
But you can't just say the words, you have to say why.
Well, yeah, but should you have to be in a court sometime in the near future, which I think it probably will be, I think that citation should be what I said prior to the motion as the rationale, right?
No, it's in the findings in the motion that they're gonna look at.
Okay, well,
So that's why I was trying to have you add more findings.
I understand what you're saying, but I was concerned that I would be putting too much into the motion itself.
Oh, I know, I need for another time. No, I found 50 cents. No.
All right.
You're trying to buy this? What are you trying to do?
Record on video driving.
Much more expensive than a dollar.
Bill, I'd take the 20, but.
Don't turn that back on.
We're on. I'd like to go ahead and get started, but we don't have Bill. But we can probably start and let him catch up, Steve, with the cost-sharing agreement with Maverick regarding trailhead improvements at 1250 West Parish Lane. Not sure if you're going to report on this or if Lisa's commenting.
Well, I'll start out. We did meet with the Maverick team about 2 weeks ago, I'm thinking now, and actually review the design that had been prepared by Dan Sontag. A week ago Monday. Was that all it was? Oh, that's right, you're right. A week ago yesterday. We had sent it to them ahead of that. But it was also a week ago Monday that you sent the draft agreement to them, wasn't it, Lisa?
Well, I sent them the draft agreement.
Before that?
Yes, much before that.
Oh, okay.
Find that.
It appeared, we are still waiting for the attorney for the Maverick team to respond to the draft, even though he's had it more than a week. The other members of their team, Mr. Child, Jim Child, has commented that he's fine with I'm taking it to mean that he's fine with the design and the cost sharing of those improvements, but we're waiting to hear from their attorney. Now, they were pushing us on this because they thought that we had to have this agreement approved by both parties before they could get a building permit to begin their on-site improvements, and we've explained to them that no, there are other things holding them up for that, but once they, such as recording an amended subdivision plat, but once they get all those other things in order, they could be issued a permit to start working on their site, even if we haven't finalized this agreement. But I think Lisa's opinion is that if you're comfortable with this, after we talk about it here tonight, we could approve this. That way we put the burden on them that, hey, you're the only one holding yourself up on this. And if there's changes that need to come back, we could bring it back. I do need to update you on the cost estimate. The cost, you may have noticed that the cost estimate in the draft is not the same as the cost estimate that is attached to Novus, because Dan Sontag, our landscape architect, did do an update of the cost estimate after we met with the Maverick team.
I've noticed that the costs always go up and never go down.
That's true. That's right. One of the adjustments made by Dan after that last meeting was increasing the contingency or actually the amount for installation, between installation percentages and contingencies, bump that up just to be more confident that we have enough in there for the installation of these various amenities, in addition to the purchase and shipping prices that he's estimated. Now, the colored concrete cost estimate is an installed cost estimate, but Jim Child of Maverick has commented that he thinks it may cost $2 more per square foot than that 10 that Dan was showing. I've questioned that because we got it for $10 a square foot in the wintertime, the piece that was done over there. That was $8.50 a square foot for the installation and $1.50 for winter protection being done in the winter. That's $10 a square foot, but Mr. Child's argument is that that was in the winter when contractors were hungrier. So he may have a point, and he's probably done enough of this that he may be on target there. So here's the $80,277 shown right there needs to be adjusted. I would recommend we adjust it by increasing the colored concrete estimate by $2 per square foot. And then that would increase the contingency 10% at the bottom by $299, so $300 there. So that the new estimate is about $83,564. I would remind you that we have already paid for the colored concrete that was installed with the traffic signal on that southwest corner, and that's between $3,000 and $4,000. And I don't have the exact amount. I'll have to get some help from Kevin to break it down on the invoice from that contractor.
Steve, are you saying that that would reduce the 80,000?
Well, let me talk it through. So if the 80,277 is bumped up to 83,564 with the adjustment to the colored concrete cost estimate and the related bump in the contingency of 10%, then to get the total cost, you would put this 3,000 to 4,000 in that we've already paid, and then you divide it by 2, and then you subtract our 3,000 to 4,000 off of that. So, Lisa, the number that you want in the paragraph is, I assume, the number that includes the amount we've already paid? Or is it not?
Yeah, but I would think you'd divide it in half and then subtract our 3.
No, because the understanding is that it's shared 50-50, these improvements. So to get the total cost of the improvements, you add what we've already spent with this estimate.
Oh, I thought this estimate included that. Okay.
It doesn't include it?
No.
Oh, okay, then that's fine, yeah.
So.
Well, my recommendation is you just, yeah, I mean, I guess we need a number, but,
Well, so I think the number I would recommend is a rounded number, and it includes what we've already spent for that colored concrete that's there. And that rounded number would be about 87,000. Put that number in the agreement, section, what is it, Lisa, section?
Section 5.
Section 5. Okay. And then we have some Lisa has recommended, between Lisa and me, we've got a few other conditions that we would recommend you attach to this. Lisa, do you want to cover those?
Sure. I would subject this to 5 recommended conditions. The first one is the recording of the amended plat for the Legacy Trail subdivision so that we can have a revised description for Lot 1A. In my opinion, I don't want to execute this agreement until they own this sliver from UDOT, re-record the plat, and grant us the easement. So that's number 1. Number 2, we want to add a standard and specification reference in section 2 that all the concrete work has to meet our city standards and specs for concrete. Number 3, revising the cost estimate in section 5, and so that recommendation from Steve is $87,000. And then number 4, I'd like to suggest adding a 1-year warranty on this work. Have Maverick require that their contractors add that 1-year warranty to section 7. And number 5, that Maverick provide the legal description for the easement to be attached as Exhibit C, to be reviewed and accepted by the city attorney and the city engineer. And they've offered to do that, so we will have to have an easement on a portion of their property, and then we have to work out with UDOT the portion that's going to be on theirs. But
Then there would be a 6th condition, which I
Okay.
mentioned in the staff report, and that is subject to funding approved by the RDA for the city's share.
So moved?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Lisa, isn't the warranty already covered under number 20, or is that warranty insufficient?
I already put that in there, but I have not submitted it in the last red line edits that I provided to Maverick. So I just wanted that on our list of conditions, and I'll send them the revised version. Good catch.
Yeah, right.
Further discussion on this. I agree with putting the number a little bit high to make sure that we cover everything that comes up. If there's no
Are
further,
we sure we have the money?
we have the money
Yeah,
in the RDA.
yeah, let me address that more directly. In the earlier summary that we provided to you of RDA finances and the assumptions that we've built in, we did build in at that point $40,000 for this purpose. Now, we're going to end up spending closer to $50,000 when you take into account what we've spent for design services, that kind of thing. But I've talked to Blaine today, and he says, yeah, that's not a problem, adjusting that in the summary that you saw.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and vote on approving the cost-sharing agreement with Maverick regarding the trailhead improvements, subject to approval of funding from the RDA, the 5 conditions that Lisa mentioned, with the amount, total amount not to exceed $87,000.
Well, I think you better say in the estimated amount.
And the estimated amount
Yeah.
of $87,000, which is going to be split 50-50. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll bring that up again in the RDA meeting. Next, we have what we've been waiting for, to talk about traffic code and
I'm excited about it.
allowing tickets.
Allowing tickets?
Encouraging tickets, yes.
Okay,
Lisa, we'll turn this to you for a staff report.
this one's mine. I
Yes.
appreciate the time. We had this in our packet last time. We're just proposing some amendments to Title 14 as part of our ordinance cleanup. And so most of these changes, I went through the state code, Title 14, which is the state traffic code. And so they've made some changes. For instance, they refer to the traffic control devices now. And so I've just made those kind of updates. In my recollection, not a lot of substantive changes. The one thing I did want to highlight, so I think it's in our Chapter 7, which is our miscellaneous rules, and these are the ones that I did go over with the police chief. These are rules that arguably are not covered in the state traffic code, but local jurisdictions are authorized to adopt some traffic regulations, and so these are our Centerville-specific provisions. And I was going to have the chief come tonight, but I figured it would be kind of late, so we did not ask him to come. But if you have any questions on those, I just asked him again, are you sure you need all these? Are there things that we can just rely on state code? But he said he has gone over those. His preference is to leave them in. You know, if you have some specific questions, you could table it and we can get more information from him. But essentially, that's it, and I'm happy to answer any questions with some specific clauses that you have.
What does Section 2 mean?
Section 2?
Yeah. General repealer? It seems to say one thing and then flip-flop. Maybe I'm
Okay, can you give me a more specific reference?
In the
Section-
ordinance.
in the
you're
ordinance, I'm sorry, in the ordinance, Section 2.
Oh, the enabling ordinance. Sorry. Okay, the amendment is a repeal of all ordinances in conflict, but remember, we can't apply ordinances retroactively, and so that's generally trying to say that we're repealing everything, but, so for instance, if we pulled somebody over a week ago, they go under the old rules, and so until we adopt this version, then anybody would pull over next week, we could use these.
Then it says, provided, however, all ordinances enforced prior to adoption.
Right, all ordinances enforced prior, so if we cited them a week ago, those will continue in all force and effect for purposes of,
Just for
that
purposes of-
ticket, so then
okay.
they go to the Justice Court next month, but they still get to go under the old rules.
I was just for that purpose.
Yeah. That's a good question. So they do remain in effect, if we've actually issued a ticket.
Lisa, I'd like to talk about 14.610 for just a moment, and wish the police chief was here. This is one that I get a lot of complaints about, and I appreciate your efforts to move it from November 15th to December 1st, and back from April 15th to March 31st. The complaint I often get from citizens is that, we know we have reasonably good weather prediction around here, and generally know when there's going to be storms and when there's not going to be storms. Yet we allow our officers to ticket anyone during that time period. My responses have been, well, they generally don't ticket you unless there's going to be a storm or it's a problem. But the complaint is we're authorizing them to ticket at any time between those in that window. And so I wondered if given that technology's improved and our ability to predict when we're going to have a problem with all-night parking has improved, if any other cities have used something more innovative than just a big block of time to say, you can't park here and trust our police force to get it right.
And I can't say I haven't looked at what other cities are doing right now. I know this issue has come up before. I think it's a balance between what the Public Works Director wants and the police chief. I think the police are happy to only enforce when we get a complaint. I don't think they go out and do active enforcement, but it's to be in place so that if somebody does, that we do have a right to either ticket them or tow them if it's that kind of event. But I think that actually in my research on this, I kind of go back to all the amendments in recent history and, look through them. And we actually adopted this, but then it wasn't on our books. And so it wasn't necessarily my idea, but we have adopted the smaller window. And so I talked with the Public Works Director and the chief, and, I think Randy Randall's fine.
We actually brought this narrower window to the council a few years ago, recommended these dates. And
Which are these dates?
The
ones we have?
these
The narrower.
narrowing
Yeah,
the window
yeah,
so
so
that
it's
it's
not as
December
long.
1st to March 31st. And we had some pushback from a council member who, and it was just, we just decided
Yeah.
back off, and so we've been operating under the,
Okay, so it didn't pass, but I've talked with both of them now, and so from staff's perspective, these dates are fine, but I know that this question has been brought up, and from staff's perspective, it's just a little bit harder to enforce and also for people to understand what the rule is. So I do think that it has a downside of, gosh, should I move my car? And yeah, we have better weather, but sometimes you don't know, we get more than
I didn't
than
think
that.
it was going to snow.
Yeah.
And you said I didn't have to move if I didn't know it was going to snow.
Right, and I
think
didn't
that's
know,
gonna
and
cause a
so
problem.
I think the last debate, that's kind of why, it's a lot easier to enforce, and it's a lot easier if people understand what the rules are.
I'm wondering if we need to put on here, we're shortening the dates, that then should we put on here, or if there is a storm, so that at least we have some provision if we get 2 feet in April? Do we worry about that?
good point.
Snow in April, whoever heard of that?
Yeah, we could add that. If
I
it's-
actually personally had a complaint on Sunday. People like to grab me when I'm at church.
Really?
And the statement was, when did you ever see a snowplow out, even in March, much less in April? And I couldn't argue.
I'd like,
Yeah, we were just talking about, though, last weekend, I think, Denver got 2 feet of snow.
I was just telling them on April 12th, 42 years ago, it snowed 2 feet.
Yeah, it can happen. We're playing with probabilities here, and generally the snow you get in November and April is not as heavy, doesn't stay, doesn't build up as much, and so we often will not even plow in those months. It'd be easier, it's easier for us to just let it disappear, but commenting on your comments earlier, Lisa, in responding to the question, Randy has said repeatedly to me that one of the other benefits of having this restriction, regardless of whether it snows or not, is because it does tend to clean up the streets from vehicles and trailers that have been parked there for a long time.
Correct, and I was, regarding that, I get frequent complaints about that, but I noticed in 14640 that no person can park something on the street for longer than 48 hours.
Highway. It's on any highway. It's not on a street.
Well, it is if it's a public street.
But you call out streets as a different definition. So your all-night parking says on any street within the jurisdiction. On here, you say any highway.
So where are the definitions
What's the
of highway?
definition of a highway versus a street?
Good point. Maybe we better change that to street.
Yeah, it's intended to be street.
Are these,
Actually, I don't see it.
are these defined? I didn't,
I didn't
Yeah.
see it.
I think we adopt the state.
I mean, it's clearly easier for us to enforce no overnight parking in the wintertime than it is to track a vehicle or a trailer. When did it start parking there and come back another day? And
but
Usually you're going to only do it if you've got somebody calling and
yeah,
complaining.
that's right.
Then it can be marked at that point, and you would know that they've been there another 48 hours.
I think on that same section with storing and parking restrictions, one of the things I'm seeing more and more of is people parking trailers on either side of a street, and then the right-of-way through the street is not even fitting one car. You get an automatic one-way street out of the deal, and I seriously doubt that the fire trucks could get down some of these streets when they've got the trailers lined up on both sides. So that's a concern to me at any time of the year, not just during this window.
So George, would you suggest we change that from highway to street then? It seems like we ought to.
Well, I think in the beginning, we say these rules are applicable, let's see, on any public roads, streets, or highways within the jurisdiction of Centerville City, but I should probably just do a search and see when we use street and when we use highway, and/or put something in here that, whichever we say, or just be consistent. So I think that's a good catch, because it's intended to be any street, highway, public way, so we might need just a definition here in that section. In the very beginning where it says applicability generally, I can just add a definition that says, look, whenever I refer to street or highway. So. And then on the narrowing of roadway, that is covered in 1406070.
Right, yeah, I see that.
That's a tough one to enforce, because, you have to get witnesses to say who parked there last, or, but at least, it is a dangerous situation that we're trying to avoid it.
if people complain about their neighbor, they can say, well, if you call the police, they will come and check and mark.
Get out their tape measure?
No, well, they'll just check it, and then they'll come back the next day or 2 days later. We had an incident where a fellow parked his car on the street repeatedly for years or for months, and it was hit and caused a significant accident.
Where it can't be there for more than 48 hours, but couldn't I actually park in front of my house every night if
You've moved it.
Come back?
Yep, absolutely.
That's another one that, it has to be chalked, and then they come back 48 hours later.
All right, we could talk about these fun things all.
I do have a question. I think Stephanie brought this up once, and I agreed with her point, and that is about having it not be legal for off-road vehicles to be driven on the road, but it looks like, is that state statute then?
That's a state.
Yes, that is regulated by state statute. They've made some tweaks, so I just refer to state law, because
So did
Do
you
you know what
remove,
the
did you
status
remove
is
the,
that
the part in our code that disallowed
I couldn't find anywhere in this.
Four-wheelers to be ridden on the street? I thought that was
Right.
still in our code in a different section, not in the traffic
I don't know
code.
if I have a reference, I mean, we do have the trail regulations, but those may just be covered by the
I feel
portions of the
comfortable
state law that we adopt.
I feel comfortable passing this tonight, but I would like to know what state code says on that and have you double check and make sure we're not referring to it anywhere else.
Okay. Make
And
sure we're not
create-
referring to it anywhere?
Well, just because I don't want us to be creating anything any more stringent than what is required by state code.
Okay. Yeah, I know there is some state provisions, and we probably just adopt them by reference as part of the 41-6A, but I can get you that. I'll
Well, it
double check that.
is adopted here, right, in 1402-010, Chapter 20, adoption of state motor vehicle and traffic codes, and it says Chapter 22, off-highway vehicles.
Right, yeah, there it is, yeah.
But, yeah, if you could maybe come back with some information on what,
Just fire an
Yes,
email to
it
the
is in
council
law.
as to if that's,
So-
unless there's a problem, we come back with a cleanup. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I'm fine passing it tonight, but I just want to know what state code says on that, and just double check the rest of our code that we don't.
Where are you saying it says about off-road vehicles? I don't see it in 022.
Well, because it's just under, in general, the state motor vehicle and traffic
So it
code.
doesn't-
Right, I just
doesn't
refer to it by
mention it.
reference and say we're going to follow state code, but the question is, what does state
I thought
code
you were
say?
saying
So
that.
I can get you that information,
I
as
thought you
well
were saying
as,
that it referred to it. I was just
and do you mean make sure that it's not covered elsewhere in this
I didn't
Title
see it in the
14?
traffic code, but somewhere, if it's somewhere else, I would want.
No, you don't want it to be
Makes sense.
contradictory to the state law, is what you're saying.
More restrictive then, is that what you were
We
looking
don't wanna
for?
be
Not more
stricter than
restrictive,
that,
okay.
absolutely.
How come some cities in the state, you can ride all over the city, so if it's a state law?
Maybe you can't legally, and that's what I'm wondering.
We have been more restrictive in the past. Chief Worsley was very adamant that we should be. And I didn't see you remove anything here, that we had a specific provision on four-wheelers somewhere in our code.
Yeah, and they have made some changes to the state law.
We'll look.
So,
We'll
So
look.
let's look
So
on that.
let's get information on that. But
Yeah,
other than
I
that,
have an interest in that as well.
other than that, this looks great, and I move that we adopt, where are we? Code amendments, section 1101.057, nope,
Nope.
wrong one.
14.
Ordinance 2016-10.
I jumped down, yes. That we adopt ordinance number 2016-10, amending various provisions of Title 14 Municipal Code.
Second.
It's been moved and second, we adopt ordinance 2016-10, amending the various provisions of traffic code. Does that include allowing Lisa to have minor, non-substantive changes to clarify language?
No, I would just like a report back.
Okay.
well, and I
Will
will
we-
be checking on, and perhaps adding a clarification
yeah.
on street versus highway.
Yes, sorry.
And then a
of those
follow-up
other
on
minor
the
changes that were
off-highway.
discussed, yes, absolutely.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously, thank you. Franchise fees. Lisa, this is also yours.
Okay. Franchise fees. I'm glad to get this one done. As I've explained in the staff report, we already regulate franchise, you have to get a franchise agreement in our telecommunications ordinance, and we say it's a $500 fee. And then in our cable Title 18, we say you have to get a franchise, but see our fee schedule for the fee. And then we also have, what we added to Title 11 is, hey, if you're not a telecommunications company and you're not a cable company, you still have to get a franchise. And so this kind of came up, we added that clause after the Holly Oil came and said, hey, we want to put something in your street. And we argued for a couple weeks whether or not they had to get a franchise for that. So now it's just clear in our ordinances. But this is just a cleanup of all three of those franchise agreement requirements in our code and putting forth some fees along with those franchise applications. And the other thing that I wanted to do is, since I'm the one that deals with these franchise agreements, it's pretty easy to just, if they just want to apply for our standard franchise agreement, we have a form franchise agreement for telecommunications and cable. They pay the fee, we review it, go through that application. But we also get renewals because we're putting in a 5 to 10 year term on these, and so we get a renewal, and we never had a renewal fee. So I want to put it in there. Sometimes we say, oh, well, you pay the $500 application fee, and now they're getting a little, they say, well, where is that? So putting in a renewal fee, my suggested renewal fee is $100 for us to look at that, and as long as they don't want to make any amendments. But then if they want to make amendments or they want to completely renegotiate, which we've done recently with Questar and Rocky Mountain, and we don't have anything in our fee schedule for that, and it takes a lot of time, obviously renegotiating those. So I'm just putting in these, recommending these fees to specifically address the application, the renewal, any amendments, or a transfer. So, and we can, if you'd like to alter those costs, they do appear to be significant, but again, it takes hours of staff time to review those and double check on the insurance and, and follow up, so. And then along with that, along with that, I'm recommending an ordinance amendment as well in Title 11, because it only said, look, you have to have a franchise. It did not have a provision saying you need to pay the fees in the fee schedule. So I'm making reference that even if you're in Title 11 for a franchise agreement, you need to pay the fees, and also adding and clarifying that those fees include any legal or engineering costs that the city incurs in that negotiation.
Those sound like great cleanups. I'll just make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2016-11, enacting section 11-01-057 of Centerville Municipal Code, and that we approve resolution number 2016-10, amending the city fee schedule regarding franchise applications.
Don't those have to be two separate motions? Is it an ordinance and a resolution?
You could do them separately. I think it's fine together because the ordinance itself. It's fine.
Then second.
So moved and seconded that we adopt these changes, including ordinance 2016-11 for the franchise fee and the fee schedule, which is resolution 2016-10. Further discussion?
Has anybody ever actually said that they didn't have to pay?
Well, it's questionable on some of these amendments and renewals.
Well, amendments and renewals, I can see that, but
You made the latter change, and I just was kind of like, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah, on initial franchise agreements, there's no debate, but there has been debate on the renewals and
okay, that's fine.
amendments.
I just was curious.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Audit bid contract. Steve, I assume that you were going to handle this one.
Yes. Blaine was going to handle it. And so I had a chance just to chat with him before the meeting. We had 6 respond, 3 of which, or was it 5? 6 or 5? 6 respond.
One of which was non-responsive.
Yeah, one, and 2 were thrown out, right? As not meeting all the requirements. So of those that remain, we have really 2 for consideration, in our opinion as staff, that you need to decide, that we recommend you decide between. The firm we've been using for 13 years, through several renewals of their contract, is Hanson, Bradshaw, Malmrose, and Erickson. And they obviously want to keep our business because they gave kind of half price for the first year and something more typical for the other years. But the next one that would be in our recommendation, if you don't want to stick with the current auditors, is Keddington and Christensen, because they would be the next low bidder after you disqualify the other 2 or 3 for the reasons stated in the report. Blaine would be happy with either one. So the issue is that there is an advantage to staying with the current auditors in terms of its impact on city staff. New auditors will have to get familiar with things about the city's records and how we do things that the current auditors would not have to, so the impact on staff is less. In that sense, that has an advantage, and we'd be very happy going with that route, but we recognize that if you feel strongly that you ought to change auditors, then our recommendation would be to go with Keddington and Christensen. Bill, you might want to comment. You're a CPA. Do you want to, or any of you really, but
Yeah, sure. I have no vested interest, obviously. However, I felt that that the industry and the outsiders to the industry always made too big a deal of having to rotate auditors. Now, there have been some gross derelictions of duty in the profession in the last 20 years, which frankly are very embarrassing to me. But I don't see it very often. I have no reason to believe there's any such thing here. And under the circumstances, I would support going with Hanson. I don't think that you get that much by changing, especially not in our particular situation where we don't have what I would call extremely peculiar business practices. If you have extremely peculiar business practices, having someone else look at it probably makes sense. The other thing Blake mentioned is that Hanson actually does rotate their personnel, which further, to me, says that you don't need to make a change. So I would vote for Hanson Bradshaw, which Blaine would appreciate. That's my comment.
it is $7,000 less.
And it is $7,000.
For the 5-year period, yeah.
Any other comments or concerns?
Well, I've always been in a situation of dealing with multiple auditors, and I did find that the only advantage really to having a different auditor was they kept you on your toes in terms of your documentation and what you were reporting. When we had the same auditor, and this goes back to one of those flubs in the industry back in the .bomb era, as we used the same auditor for several years, and they were like, well, we know what you're doing there. But there was no documentation to support what it was we were doing. And so in the end, when we got to another stage of our business, we found that we were quite exposed. That, as you're saying, Bill, because there's not a strange business practice, that may not apply. So I'm okay with it as long as the auditor is a different person each year, or as frequently as possible, not necessarily the firm. So I'd like to have at least that checksum in there that we are getting asked different questions in addition to our regular auditing procedures by, that's personality driven, not necessarily procedurally driven.
Well, I think they are suggesting that probably Jeff Miles will be on this audit again. He was the on-site manager last year, maybe the last couple of years, but members of the team kind of change out. I know before Jeff Miles, we had a different team leader. So I don't think, George, they probably aren't intending to rotate every year.
Blaine said that they're rotating about every third year.
And that's probably sufficient, given the stable nature of the business. There's not a lot of shaky new investments that are showing up on the books. Not a lot of hidden cash.
No.
I've worked in several places where I was brought in as a temporary employee to facilitate an audit so that there could be more transparency than having the staff be the ones there. I think it's a good idea to have a different set of eyes and therefore guarantee a different set of questions. And I think that citizens feel comfortable knowing that there's a change rather than feeling like it's the same friendly people every time. So I'd be in favor of changing auditors.
I'm comfortable with our current auditor, the Kensington, or Keddington, works with the fire district, fire agency, so very comfortable with them too, that you're all good and experienced at this role. If there's not a huge concern, I'd prefer to save the money, but if the council is really concerned, then we could change. But otherwise, I'd prefer to save the money, spend it somewhere else. Further discussion, or we could look for someone to make a motion, one way or the other.
How big of a difference and stressor on staff would a new auditor be?
Well, you're asking the wrong person, because I'm not closely associated with that in the front office like Blaine is.
If you're dealing with,
But you might be able to
if
give them
you're
a feel.
dealing with firms that have significant municipal experience, probably not that much, because if you compare us to Farmington or to Bountiful, we all do pretty much the same things. We all have some of the same problems. We probably all have some of the same computer systems. So, being honest, not nearly as bad as it is in most commercial situations.
Okay.
So is there an impact? Yeah, there's clearly an impact, but it's probably not as bad as it is in a commercial situation.
I agree with the idea of a new set of eyes. I think it's a good idea. Just new questions. I like how you stated that. That's new perspectives bring new questions. We're in a unique situation in a couple ways. One is that we're already strained in that department as it is. And number two, I had an interesting impression. I don't know if you guys shared this impression, but when we got our audit report, was that in December? So it was only me and Stephanie and
It was
January, right? Yeah, I got the impression that Erickson, that came to visit us, the auditor, was stating that they were kind of going above and beyond and really helping out our strained financial department that, in his opinion, is understaffed and underserviced. So maybe that's all the more reason to have a fresh set of eyes, but it's also all the more stress and yeah. So I'm torn, honestly, and I would probably lean towards, for now, keeping the company that we know has been willing to put in that extra mile effort and help.
I was less inclined to change until I heard Steve say 13 years. I didn't ask Blaine how long it had been. That's a long time.
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm probably a 4 for not changing, or a 3 for not changing. So if a couple of you are 9s and 10s for changing, I'll support it.
I've had some very uncomfortable discussions with citizens who have questioned why we haven't changed auditors more regularly, and feel that that's part of our transparency duty.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think most citizens knew we were audited.
It was an uncomfortable Christmas party, let me tell you.
You know, I can see arguments on both sides. I think the 13 years is a bit of a concern, not just from a transparency, but do we ask new questions? I mean, are we really looking at it from a different perspective? I could be pretty easily swayed towards the direction of a new auditor. We're not talking about a lifetime commitment here. We're talking about a proposed period, and we could always revert or return to it at a later date. But I would be interested in seeing what else we can glean from a new set of eyes.
So Lisa, in terms of our procurement policy, that if the council were to decide, hey, I'm willing to pay extra $7,000 to get a different person here, or a different name on the audit rather than
I think this
people.
will be one, obviously, there's a number of factors, quality, reputation, but what I would have you list as your factor is, we want additional eyes on it, and it also is professional services, so.
Is this one we can negotiate?
Negotiate the cost?
I wouldn't recommend that.
I think we've gone out to bid, and
Yeah, I wouldn't
probably take
recommend
the
that.
bid.
That generally is considered a no-no in the industry.
Okay.
Yeah, she mentioned the term professional services, just so you're clear, in our procurement policy, professional services has a lot more latitude than other types of bids. You basically can decide for whatever reasons make some sense to.
Right, but I think it's worth stating on the record why we're not going with the low bidder,
Right.
the low qualified bidder, because we want to make a change.
Yeah,
having
because
them
clearly
survive.
both of them are well qualified.
Yeah.
Right. Then I move that we, although we've enjoyed our lengthy relationship with Hanson, Bradshaw, Malmrose, and Erickson, that we award this audit contract to Keddington and Christensen so that we can get a fresh set of eyes and just be sure that we are doing as well as we hope we are.
Second.
It's moved and seconded that we award the audit to Kensington Christensen. I'd just like to state that my preference would be to save the money and stay with our current auditor, but we'll respect whatever you decide to do.
Well, it's a question of who audits the auditor, so at some point you have to look at whether or not you're getting the best service and that it is in fact correct.
And we do have who audits the auditor? I mean, we have a state a criteria for excellence in financial reporting.
Right.
Documentation. It's not exactly auditing the auditor, but there's some, I guess, gives you some confidence that we have one of the best financial departments among municipalities.
I would point out one other item. If you look at the bottom, Blaine, in trying to evaluate the proposals, has a scoring of the services.
What page are you on? Towards the
The
top.
Yeah,
audit
it's the
proposal at the bottom, he did a summary of it. I don't know what it was called. It was called.
Assessment of
Technical
proposals.
factors.
Yeah. So he's got a score on there, and Hanson has the best score. Keddington's next, and then Ulrich. So I don't know if that's that much of a difference. I'm gonna wait. Would you do me a favor and start at the other end? Because I just soon support what you said, but I told Stephanie that I'd go with her if she needed it.
All right. The motion is to award the contract to Keddington Christensen. Start the voting with George.
Aye.
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 Nay.
That passes 4-1. Thank you. Next, we're back to the long-term sick leave and all-purpose leave item that we discussed during the work session.
Right, and I guess at this point, I'll just, are there other questions?
I would just open the party. We talked about it earlier. I would propose that I would make a resolution that we accept.
Would you like some help?
Yeah,
How
sure.
about
Thank
that
you.
recommendation?
That we approve Resolution 2016-11, amending Section 4.150 of Personnel Policies and Procedures regarding long-term sick leave, and amending Section 4.140 of the same regarding all-purpose leave.
Second.
Wait, stop. That we authorize the buyout of the
Yeah.
sick leave liability.
Yeah, why don't we, let's, yeah, I'd prefer
Okay.
to, let's do the policy, then let's talk about the funding, if that's okay.
Okay,
So we
cut it
get-
off at sick leave.
All right, so we've got a motion on the table to approve this resolution 2016-11 and amend our policies. There's further discussion on that. I'd just like to thank Jake and Steve for working on this for More,
Long time.
yeah. I mean,
A year or
years.
more?
Yeah. And the other members of the committee.
Yeah.
And appreciate their willingness to, sometimes we have cities where there are employees that fight any change that would reduce their benefits. And in Centerville, I think we have a good relationship with our employees, where they recognize that cost savings is good for everyone, and I appreciate that effort. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of this motion to approve Resolution 2016-11?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. All right, how are we going to pay for this?
Well, the next recommendation here is to authorize the buyout of the pre-1986 sick leave liability, and which is probably about 3/4 water fund, right? And then C, consider buying, well, at this point, I would recommend that you buy down the current long-term sick leave liability before June 30, in accordance with the now adopted amendment to the policy. In other words, buy down to the proposed 800-hour cap after converting the excess hours at a 4-to-1 ratio. And that buy down would be, we would have to pick a date as to when that would be effective to allow us the time to process it before June 30. So it might be June 1, or if you could kind of leave that up to staff's recommendation based on what we learn about the process that we've got to set up to let employees make that donation into retirement accounts. Jolene's trying to get that information for me. So it's those two pieces to the buyout and the buy down.
And Steve, my personal preference would be to take that out of our long-term general fund balance as a matter of policy, because it's such a long-term commitment rather than necessarily.
Rather than using contingency?
If we have contingency in this budget year, it will go back into the general fund.
Right.
But if something else comes up, then we would have to raid the general fund, or if there are
Yeah.
other projects,
That'd be all
then
right.
we would have to raid the.
I have no
general fund
opposition
for
to that.
But the hope is that there'll be enough budget savings this year to cover that.
Mhm. Yeah, I have no problem with that. So our recommendation would be B and C under the recommendation section. And I gave you the estimated cost, at least as of April 2nd, I think is when that's what Jake figured
Yeah.
that on.
Do you want to repeat that again?
22 and
Was general fund impact, again, this is the combination of the pre-1986 liability, which is about 18,000, what's the number there, Jake?
Yeah, 18,000, so it's probably
18,000 something plus 7.65% for the FICA.
from the general.
No, let me,
Okay, so
so we have the pre-1986 buyout, and we have then the buy down of the accrued liability since then. And those two numbers, inflated by the 7.65% for FICA, and then divided between the general fund and the water fund. The division, Blaine did that today, it would be approximately $35,483 to the general fund and approximately $27,417 to the water fund.
One more time.
Okay. Approximately
35.
$35,483 to the general fund and approximately $27,417 to the water fund. You know, two of our longest term, the two longest term employees in this mix are Randy and Mike Carlson. Mike is entirely funded water fund, and Randy is split 50-50, general fund and water fund. So that's why you get a fair amount into the water fund, along with a couple other employees that are in the water fund, that are part of those who would be involved in this.
So if we're inclined, the motion would be to authorize the buyout of the pre-86 sick leave liability and to buy down the current long-term sick leave liability before June 30th, allowing staff to,
Allowing staff to pick the
Date.
cutoff date.
cutoff date for that.
And for the initial buy down. And, what was the, funding this from fund balances of the general fund and water fund, that's what you were suggesting? Mayor?
That would be my recommendation if someone is inclined to make that motion, which I think, Bill, you were looking at previously.
Well, I started to and then decided that you were right. I had to understand how I was paying for a little bit better, so I was going to come back and looking at financial statements.
This is,
So we're at
This-
March 31, which is 75%,
right,
right?
right.
Um,
Now, this is one, as I mentioned in
So
the
if you
work
look at the
session,
water fund, we're
if
roughly $500,000.
if you'd like to wait until, say, the second meeting in May, we'll have 10 months report in front of you, and
No, I'd just like to think about it and understand it a little bit better.
So the water fund has a good-sized balance now, but as water projects happen in the spring, that balance might go down, but
So the expenditures are not proportional then?
But generally, we keep a couple $100,000 reserve or balance in that fund.
So if I look at the revenues,
2.2 million.
you want to talk about the financial report before you take a motion?
well, if you wanted to do that and go through the financial report and then come back to it, that would be fine with me.
Now, you're going to get this, I'm going to be, what's the term, winging it, because I thought Blaine was going to cover this, and he and I didn't talk about this, but I'm
Well, I'm okay with we table it because the intent's there. We know what we want to do. If we want to take a little bit more time to look at the numbers.
Yeah, we could put it like on the second meeting of May. You'd have your 10-month report in front of you then. And in the meantime, Jolene will find out what time it's going to take to set up this alternative for the employees to set it into their retirement accounts.
Why don't we do that then?
Are we sure that that will give us enough time if we have just a month?
Well, if not, I'll bring it back on the 3rd of May.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
The 3rd of May is probably unrealistic to expect that Blaine would have financial statements.
No, yeah, we won't have a 10-month statement then. That's why the 17th
Yeah, I understand.
of May would be better.
Okay.
And I think that's likely to work. I mean, I can't imagine more than 30 days for employees
Setting
to
up a-
set up a supplemental retirement account into the Utah state system in order to put this money into it.
Then I would motion that we table item 9, recommendations B and C, to be taken up again on the May 17th city council meeting.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Let me just say thank you. I appreciate the time and effort you've spent on this and willingness to support that.
We'd like to thank you for the time you've put in on it,
Well,
and I
thanks.
feel like it's a great plan.
Okay,
I
thank
think
you.
it's a great idea.
Okay, the financial report. Property tax looks good. Sales tax is as good as could be expected this time of year, I think.
Yeah, this last month's distribution was less than we had hoped for. We really didn't get much increase over the same month last year. We'll see what this month brings. Sometimes it's a matter of the timing of filing. I haven't figured out entirely the rhyme or reason. I mean, we know that December's collections that are distributed in February makes February a big distribution, and we have a table that we've maintained for several years showing year by year the same month what has happened. And generally, you have an increase of a few percentage points over the same month a year earlier, but this time it was a very slight increase. But that was true statewide. I also get a statewide synopsis of sales tax, and ours really was kind of in line with that statewide dip. It wasn't as much increase as had been anticipated. Let me put it that way. So we'll probably we think we'll come close by the end of the year on the sales tax target. Franchise taxes, however, we don't think we'll hit. We'll be under on that. Licenses and permits we're already over, so that'll be where we'll have some to make up for some of these others that might be under. Fines in the court, I think we'll end up a little bit short. But down on the expenditure side, we should end up overall below the budget. Generally, we have $100,000 to $200,000 underspending on that side. So you'll see the engineering line, as I've mentioned before, is over, but we will amend that come June using some of these additional licenses and permits revenues, or transferring from the building inspection line, which is way under. We'll transfer some of that budget up to cover the engineering overage. Some of that rightfully belongs, the revenues we collect for building permits rightfully are used to cover some engineering costs because they're involved in some of the inspection activities on new construction.
Do we ever use the capital projects fund for anything other than
Excuse me?
Do we ever use the capital projects fund for anything other than the Utopia Pledge and Streets project?
Well, not at this point. And we just started using it for street projects at the beginning of this fiscal year when we transferred money from last fiscal year that hadn't been spent on streets that was needed to pay the remainder of the contracts from last year after July 1. But we also put into here the Parish Lane money. That's the other line under the revenues in the capital projects fund, that $532,000.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Parish Lane money from UDOT. Mm-hmm. But we will, Blaine intends to set up a couple of new capital project funds. One is for the RAP tax that will now be used for purposes that it hasn't been used for traditionally, so we can track that and probably put all 100% in there, whereas now we've got 10% going into the general fund and 90% going into a debt service fund for the Performing Arts Center.
Right.
We'll have it probably all come into one fund, projects fund, so you can track it there and see clearly how it's used. Blaine would also like to take all the street funds that are earmarked for streets and put them into a capital projects fund, whether it's this one we've been using or another one, so that it's not showing in the same one with the Utopia stuff. We might do that. But that would be the transportation sales tax money, the gas tax money that we get. That would all go into that project fund.
Steve,
Other questions?
One question on the storm drain fund. My assumption is that because we're putting in a new storm drain on 1825, some of that would be used to pay for that streets project.
Not from this fund, no. This, because that's not one of our growth generated.
So it's a capital project, but you're limiting this one to new growth.
This storm drain fund is for impact fees that are collected from new growth, and therefore can only be used for those projects that are related to growth. And even though it's a new storm drain on 1825 North, it's not going in because of new growth. It's
So would you take that from the drainage utility?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Right.
On the next page.
Right.
It seems like that ought to be a way to stretch our street dollars a little bit further, since some of that is storm drain related.
Well, and that's what I mentioned earlier tonight, that part of the funding, $50,000 or so of that award you made tonight that involves 1825 North is for the storm drain, and that'll come out of the Drainage Utility Fund. At least I thought I explained that earlier. Okay. I just take questions because, like I say, I didn't review this. I thought Blaine was going to be here.
Any other questions?
Okay.
It did jog my memory. When are we going to change? Is it Title IX? Where do we talk about the RAP tax distribution?
Oh, that's in Title V.
Title V.
That we adopted, yes, and that'll be coming into play here.
Yeah, it's effective now. As of April 1 this month, it's now being generated for other purposes yet to be decided.
Okay.
But we won't see the first of that until June.
we
So
have
for
a
the April and May, what we get in RAP tax still applies to the prior levy. Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Mayor's report, we completed our final Lunch with the Mayor program this month. Thanks to Steve and Marcia put a lot of effort into that. The kids really enjoy interaction with the firefighters and the police. They don't think much of the mayor, but they like the firefighters and the police.
You just needed a better costume.
Yeah, exactly. Robin was kind enough to attend the fire board meeting for me yesterday. Financials are attached. I don't have anything else.
I'll bet it was a super short meeting, wasn't it, Robin? Other than maybe a closed meeting.
Yeah.
You had a closed meeting, but the open part was probably pretty quick. Yeah.
So we've only been in existence for a little while. We got a problem already?
We still have two meetings. The old board is still in existence, and we have the new one.
They advertise for both boards now for the 6-month period until July 1.
It was very interesting. I enjoyed it.
Go ahead.
And we will be bringing something to you for the property transfer. I don't know if they talked about that in the board meeting, for our fire department. That'll come in May.
You talking about the trade-off in the property tax? Yeah.
No, the transfer of the land
Oh,
under the fire station.
okay. Yeah.
We have to formally take care of that. The Utopia UA reports are in the file. And things are moving forward consistently there, would be the way to put it.
So we had that meeting, which was beneficial and informative. Was there anybody else who felt like we didn't have as much interactive
Information?
suggestion and discussion as I would have hoped? Or am I just the only one?
Agreed.
I'm sure they'd be happy to come back if you want them to come back again sometime, probably after we get through the budget cycle.
I would like to, and with less of a
Formal
presentation agenda and more, what do we do to improve things?
Okay. Steve, how about we invite him back in the fall? Does that work?
Yeah, well, you are my rep. You and George.
Bill, is that okay? Is the
Sure, anytime after the budget's in.
Yeah, not in the next 2 months. We got Cran.
Anytime after the budget's in, so July.
No year-end activity on that one.
Probably after the summer, huh? Yeah.
Whatever.
Honestly,
Yeah,
the
commingle.
difficulty is
So-
that they work for all the cities, though.
Right.
And so they're going to be really strained to tell us what we want to hear, because it would be in contradiction to what another city that they work for.
Yeah,
I'll
I
just-
think they're happy to listen,
Yeah.
but remember that they're constrained by their bosses,
Yeah.
so.
I guess that's the problem. I think we should be part of that.
Oh, we are part of it. We're,
Just the real small one.
I think we have over influence beyond our 3.4%, but we don't have influence
To the tune of 30.
to the tune of, 30, 40%, no. And that's just the reality.
Well, I didn't have any real problem with the fact that they said, gee, we really can't attend your, I can't remember what it was, something that was coming up.
4th of July.
Because they had other things scheduled. I mean, I understand there's only so many of them,
We want them to run lean.
but at the same point in time,
Yeah.
I'd like to see something go a little faster.
Well,
Not that.
That could go faster.
Yeah, I don't know.
all right, we'll
We
turn
want
it,
to go faster on a rail.
turn it to Steve for city manager report. And a reminder to,
Okay.
you got the health insurance news we got today.
Yeah, I got to report that as well. Oh, no, actually, it's quite good, relatively speaking. But hold on, let me get through a couple others here. I'll give you the bad news first, is about the fencing. After we awarded the contract for the bid award, you acted on the bid award in mid-February. And then UDOT didn't give us approval on the chain link alternative for almost 4 weeks after that. Kevin repeatedly asked them about it. Took them almost 4 weeks. Once we got that approval in mid-March, we told the successful bidder that, okay, you can go ahead with this fencing, but you need to give us let us give approval of the color to make sure that it matches the powder-coated posts. And that he didn't come back with that until a month later. And so it was last week, a week or so ago, that the contractor submitted that, and Kevin approved it the same day, the color match. Then the materials then were ordered. 6 weeks to deliver the materials. Last week of May, possibly start. Won't make the June 1 deadline for the Ped Bridge and the Railroad Bridge. I've sent an email to UDOT asking for a 30-day extension. Can't imagine they wouldn't give it to us. They were part of the they were part of the cause.
The primary reason.
What would we do if they didn't give it to us?
The other fencing contractor is going ahead here soon. We expect he'll be substantially done by June 1st, but a lot of good that will do. You know, you can't get over the Ped Bridge until after that. So I'm sorry.
Not your fault, but
This whole thing has been much more than we ever anticipated.
remember when we wanted a ribbon cutting for the centennial?
That's right, it was. That was the original wish.
That was the
How about for
original.
July 4th this year?
We could
A
do
ribbon
that,
cutting.
maybe.
I hate to get my hopes up.
We gotta get it before school is out.
Well, when is that?
June 4th.
June 4th.
I wouldn't count
I
on it.
don't think that's gonna happen.
I mean, I think the contractor said he could do it within like 2 days, two weeks, but once he starts, don't count on it. Okay, the public hearing on the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. If you want that, you asked for another public hearing on that. If you want it advertised, more than putting it on the agenda, you know, and it's posted on the state website, that kind of thing. If you'd like to have that advertised in a utility bill insert, we could do that at the end of this month. But I recommend you not deal with it on May 3rd, but wait till May 17th, so that, because the bills will only get there a day or two ahead of the 3rd. A day ahead, okay.
The first is a Sunday.
Okay, so if you're okay, we will schedule that for the 17th.
I would prefer we do it in the first meeting in June, just so that
Push it
we can
back
present-
even
yeah.
further,
rather than in May.
okay?
So
That's fine, I don't think staff minds.
I mean,
You want to start or should I?
I'm really concerned. I'm not so sure that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. I was probably the biggest proponent for it. The more I find out, and I've spent hours with
You got to be careful about what discussion you have here tonight. 'cause
Okay. Well, I feel like it was something
We
that we
haven't
should
noticed
think
this.
about.
Well, at this point, we have a proposed draft ordinance that we'd be presenting for that public meeting, so I don't know that we're boxed in any direction.
Right.
But staff is preparing a lot of information in preparation for that.
Yeah. I would recommend you go ahead with it at some point, whether it's the 17th of May or the first meeting in June. It doesn't matter to staff, really.
I received some information at the ULCT conference in discussion with a couple of other cities that basically said, be careful, you're opening Pandora's box. And based on those discussions, my views have changed substantially. I have questions into Jeff Bassett about the impact with state fire code. Robin has asked some of those questions to Corey. We're getting kind of a who's on first response. So I share that with everyone here for what it's worth.
Lisa, you want to give them any advice about continuing this discussion right now?
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, we don't want you to talk about the substance of issues, because we didn't notice it on the agenda, but I think we're asked, what we do have on the agenda is when would you like it back, and what, I guess if you want to give us some direction.
Remind us again when we anticipate the budget public hearing.
Well, you're going to have budget public hearing on the first meeting in June.
Right. Typically,
Yeah.
we have a budget newsletter that goes out then.
Yeah, budget newsletter go out the end of May, announcing the budget hearing, the first meeting of June.
But if your inclination, if the council is not serious about acting on it, then I'm not sure it matters when you
I
have
think
when
I'm
you have
serious
this
about
public-
acting on it.
when
I'm
you
just
have
not
this
sure that
public-
the action's what people think the action might.
when you have this next
So
public
it sounds
hearing.
like we should put this on the agenda for next time to give staff direction for,
And maybe
You could do
even,
that.
and maybe even tell them, don't spend a whole lot of time until then.
yeah.
So
I
just
don't-
putting it on the
I wanna be
agenda
respectful of their time.
for consideration without the public hearing?
Yeah,
Okay, and staff won't have the information back, but you will have the ordinance in front of you. Is that understood? Okay.
yeah, that
That
works.
sounds good.
Any additional thoughts? So we would schedule it, what's the next meeting?
May 3rd.
May
May
3rd.
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 So what did you mean?
Just for direction, well, no, it'd have to be action if you wanted to actually.
So are you saying, Lisa, the, whatever homework staff's doing won't be?
We're not gonna have it by the 3rd because well, when does it have to go in the newsletter if they do want to have a public hearing?
Well, we have to decide by next Monday
Oh,
what to advertise in the newsletter, in the utility bill insert. That's what it is.
no, sorry, the utility
Well,
bill.
basically this Friday, because Jake's got to put it together and finalize it by Monday.
I think to Bill's point, though, if the temperature of the council has changed, I don't want to spend a lot of staff time on that.
That's what I'm.
Agreed.
So let's just discuss it without a big staff report
Yeah.
next time, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
And
One
For a
item,
limited
Steve,
amount
just
of
a
time.
quick question on you on the spring cleanup. How are we progressing and what neighborhoods are they in right now?
I don't know, George. I don't know where they started. They started on, yesterday they started.
Okay, because I keep getting that question, like, I have no idea where they are, I don't know when they're going to arrive.
No.
If they haven't arrived at your house already,
They usually start in
you're
the south.
probably at the very end.
Probably.
It takes usually about 2 weeks to get through the whole city.
Okay, good, that's good to know.
No, 2 weeks. Yeah.
so I have a question about that. Bill, when we talked about the fire, the wildfire costs, and they said that we could take pictures of brush and stuff that are being cleared out and estimate the costs and send that in. I haven't heard that information be,
I'm finding that.
So I went around yesterday with my kids, and we took pictures of a few, and I had my kids stand in front so we could kind of gauge how tall the piles were.
Do you have addresses?
I do on the ones that I took pictures of, but I only did a few big ones that I knew of.
So, okay, so the council knows what we're talking about. The state did in fact pass legislation creating a wildfire insurance fund, but it is effective January 1 of 17, and our qualification period is during the current year. Jeff Bassett is waiting for a number from the state fire marshal, which would be the amount that we have to spend in mitigating potential risk in the city this year in order to qualify next year. He believes our amount will be approximately $10,000. For labor spent, we get credit of about $23 per hour, so you've got about a 480-hour bogey to show, and that includes fire department time and any other time in doing things. So part of the community core, I made a request to all of the people in our April meeting to get the word out through all of the districts and areas that anyone who had a significant pile should take a picture of it, send that picture along with an estimate of the amount of time that it had taken to build that or to clean that out, that we would then accumulate it, provide it to Jeff, and it would go into the records to document our approximately 500 hours, 480 hours. I have stopped at 2 or 3 people's houses who have very large piles and specifically asked them. I have not found anyone who'd heard of it. And I've asked them and given them my information so that they would take a picture and send it to me.
Steve, could we get a tweet and maybe something on the police Facebook page quickly so that that could happen while people still have their piles in front of their yards?
Bill, this only applies to properties in the hillside zone, is that correct?
No, it's every place.
Anywhere.
Every place. But it needs to be
Substantial.
well, it needs to be substantial. We can't account for 2 hours here and 3 hours there. And it also needs to be large brush, not hedge trimmings and stuff that doesn't contribute to the difficulty. Cleaning out a stream, taking down trees. The most important thing is taking down trees and large brushy growth next to homes. That is what is the most important thing.
We're going to take a bunch down on 1825 North. Can we-
That's true.
You know what, I don't know, maybe I'll talk to Jeff and see what he thinks. So those are fairly far away from their houses, but
he didn't say that we couldn't, and one of the ones in my neighborhood that's about 23 hours, I think, the stream runs through his backyard, and he's got a pile that's 15 feet wide and 10 feet high. And I've got a pretty good pile. There's a lot of good piles. If you want to see a pile, look at the one on 4th East, just about 960 North. Holy cow.
What about large
North.
trees?
And do
Absolutely.
one right up Parish Lane.
Yeah,
Take a
Parish.
drive up Parish.
Yep, that's got a big one.
That's
Well,
really big.
we'll talk about this tomorrow in the emergency management meeting, and
Maybe we could send out an email to city representatives, committees and things, and ask them to cover their neighborhood as far as.
Sure, absolutely. So I can send the 2 of you that are on Parks and Recreation a summary of what I've sent out, and any way that we can collect it.
I think if you could write something down, something semi-short, but explain a little bit of what it needs to be, it comes out on the police Facebook. That's where I get my information. I mean, it pops up on
I
Facebook.
don't think I can do it short enough to make it on the police, on the police Facebook. I don't know. Are you talking about the
Yeah.
Twitter or the?
No, you
No,
could
on
get
their
on the
Facebook
police
page.
Facebook, and that can be a pretty good size. But that is something that
A lot of
most
people
everyone
look
I
at-
know has and gets.
let's talk about those options tomorrow.
What?
We can talk about those options tomorrow.
Great,
I
that's-
just would hate to
it's
see it all
Emergency
get cleaned
Management
up
Committee.
and then not get credit for such a big effort.
Thank you for bringing it up. I hadn't thought about bringing it up here.
So we have that one other item, Mayor,
Yes.
regarding health insurance renewal. Our brokers met with staff today and reported on the renewals to continue the plans that we have right now. They feel like these are very competitive and that we would not do any better than this in going out to bid again. They have negotiated on the disability and the life insurance plans, 0 increase. On the dental plan, 3%. And on the health plan through Select Health, 4.5%, which they say is way below the trend or the norm that they're seeing for Utah. They characterize that as 10 to 12% increases. Bountiful is getting an increase, blended increase between their two plans of about 6%. Roy is 11%. Woods Cross is 5.5%. So that renewal is very good, they're telling us, and I don't have reason not to believe that. So staff's opinion is that we should hold where we are in terms of the plan, not convert to the HSA at this time. Hold that silver bullet in reserve for when we face a larger increase. That would be my recommendation. Now, this isn't on for action, so I'm trying just reporting and seeing if you want to talk about this in a future meeting, we can schedule it for such. The brokers are going to go ahead and start the preparation, the process for re-enrollment, but I told them that I may not get your okay until the 3rd of May. So tonight I'm just kind of testing the waters. Do you want to?
What kind of numbers difference are we talking about for the budget?
About 30,000 increase.
And what about compared to if we went to the HSA?
Well, it depends on how you structure it. An HSA, you will realize, according to them, a 12 to 15% reduction in premium, but you then, because you have higher deductibles for the employees, you take that savings, or a good portion of that savings, and you put it into their HSAs for them to use. And we could have them provide some analysis, if you'd like, in that regard, to an HSA alternative. Their opinion is that this is probably not of a magnitude that will make that real attractive after you decide to put reasonable sum into the HSA to offset the impact of the deductible. But we can have them provide that information to you if you'd like.
Yeah. I suggested we get that analysis, but given that's a relatively small increase, we proceed with planning for that in our budget. I do believe that we're absolutely going to have to move to an HSA at some point.
Yes, and we've been expecting that for several years. Last year we had basically, what was it last year, 2 or 3%?
Yeah, very small.
But
Yeah.
I'm astounded at the idea that that transfer to an HSA wouldn't give us substantial savings.
Well, it depends on what you put into their account.
I understand. Okay, moving on.
That's consistent with, and I'm not a healthcare specialist, so I can validate Steve's comment that most of the increases I'm hearing about are significantly more than that. And generally, the point in time that they make the HSA switch is a point in time when you have a higher increase.
But we've had really high increases for a lot of years in a row.
I wasn't.
No, we haven't for some years.
For some years.
We had some a few years ago.
Back, further back, yeah.
Yeah.
We looked at moving to an HSA a number of years ago and decided not to, but
And you have the other option as a council to reevaluate the cost sharing, whether you think the 90-10 is something you should tweak. And so even
That's pretty generous.
yeah.
It is.
It's fairly typical in, again, in the government sector, but I'm sure it's generous compared to private sector. So I guess what I'm hearing is you would like to hear from the brokers some kind of analysis of an HSA that might be an alternative for a renewal. What do they think is a reasonable HSA plan to put on the table for consideration?
Yeah, it would be good information to have before we decide for sure.
Given it's them doing the work, they're trying to earn our business. I'm comfortable with that, but I think we probably should plan for the,
Well, we can budget based on the renewal, but
budget
we
based on the
can still
renewal.
look at this other.
Yeah, I'd still like to
That
see
would
the
be good.
numbers,
Okay.
either direction.
All right, that's the end of my report, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we have minutes to review and approve.
Is this a new norm?
It could be, we'll see. It hadn't intended necessarily to be a new norm, but I wanted to make sure that I knew we'd have people here to talk about trees and zoning as we take these first. So the first set of minutes is the work session held March 23rd.
Maybe we could hold that to last,
Wanna
I
hold
would
that to
suggest,
last?
Mayor, because that leads into the goal-setting clarification. Would that be all right? Take all the others and then that?
Yes, so the next set is the work session from April 5th with Utopia, relatively short set of minutes, and then the regular city council meeting minutes of April 5th.
I just had one slight change on that. Page 8, line 44, at the end of that line, where it says "the city," I would like that sentence to be changed to say, "The city may be limiting the possible success of future trees," so she would like more information before actual work is done.
I'm lost. Page 8, line 44. Starting, the sentence starting,
At the very end of that line, it says "the city." Does it not?
oh, line 43, the city would be dooming?
Yeah, and I doubt I said the city would be dooming. The intent of what I said was the city may be limiting the possible success of future trees. So she would like more information before actual work is done.
That sounds more like your typical
Did you get that,
rhetoric
Kathy?
than doing.
You know, I've typed it up. I can send it to Katie. Will you be doing the correction or will Katie? Yeah.
Any other changes on the April 5th minutes? If not, I'd look for a motion to approve the April 5th work session and April 5th regular city council meeting minutes as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
You have the closed meeting minutes as well.
Oh, I missed those.
Was that not posted for the council?
It's
It
posted.
is.
Just for the council, I hope, not the public.
Yeah, I didn't get rid of the private. Can we take
It was,
Yeah, I didn't
They
have a
were-
chance to review those.
Let's go to
they're all of that long.
Oh, okay.
Very short.
Yes, I'm very comfortable.
We're good. Okay.
Yeah,
Telling us about.
2 sentences, I think.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the closed.
I move that we approve the closed session minutes.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. The goal setting minutes, let's look at those and in the process clarify the goals setting process outcome.
Yeah, I have spoken with Corey, particularly about the community development-related goals, and I'm prepared to seek some clarification from the council.
Maybe Jake, you could put up this page. It's it's page 4.
Page 4.
I think that's really the only one that had changes.
That page.
Previous set of minutes to that.
So the reds are the ones that you apparently added, your corrections you made last time. And then there's some yellow highlights as well that were a result of your review last time. I wasn't here, but that's what I understand. Mayor, would you like me to just kind of lead through this?
Sure.
With the questions I have?
Yeah, the questions you had, to me, as far as the minutes, Katie went back and listened to them, is my understanding, and then added some of this in. I think it's as accurate in terms of the minutes as we're going to get. Steve's going to take us through some questions, and you can decide.
So let's go back to page 2, the bottom of page 2, lines 51 and 52. Chair Hershey stated the Planning Commission would like to streamline administrative decisions and procedures, delegating more decision-making to staff and allowing the Planning Commission more time for proactive planning. That was on their recommended goals to the council, but you didn't address it at the end of the meeting. But Corey's view on that, he says the Planning Commission wants to have that discussion anyway, regardless of how you feel about it. They're going to have that discussion anyway. So, and they may recommend some changes, some amendments, and you may or may not agree with them. He anticipates it's probably not going to be very substantial amendments in terms of what continues to be a matter for the decision-making bodies versus administrative action or decisions by staff. But they are going to talk about that, regardless of whether you adopt it as a goal. I hope you have no problem with that. Then if we go on to page 4. Under the cemetery expansion options, lines 20 and 21, wait a minute, I'm looking at, I better get over here. I was quoting lines from the earlier version of the minutes, I'm sorry, here. That's why, yeah, okay, sorry about that. Was my last reference off track too? Page 2. Yeah, when I said it was the bottom of page 2, those were at the top of page 3.
Right.
Okay, sorry about that. Now on page 4, lines 23 and 24. It's my understanding you want us to evaluate the possibility of a mausoleum. And then it says staff was directed to get a cost estimate for a feasibility study for a cemetery on the hillside city-owned property. Was that a majority decision of the council to do that?
Yes.
And it was just the cost of estimated cost of a feasibility study?
Not the feasibility study, just what would it cost us to do a feasibility study?
Very
Yep.
preliminary.
Okay, all right. Then,
So it's gonna cost $50,000 to do it, we're not gonna do it,
well,
I guess.
depends on what level. I'll talk with staff when we have to come back, may have to come back for some more direction
It's
on
just
that.
a first baby step towards learning more, so
Okay,
you don't think you need to rush it or anything, right?
okay. And then the council agreed on the following priorities for the Planning Commission. I had Corey react to these additions in red as far as the timing.
Did you record him reacting, or just?
No, I did not. But here, the South Main Street corridor, you said recommendation by May. The Planning Commission is taking considerable time on this, and you should, according to him, you should not expect a recommendation until June. So hopefully you're okay with that, even though this says by May. A West Side plan, begin by the third quarter. He's okay with that, of this calendar year, I think you meant, right? Third quarter of this calendar year. The Hillside Recreation, working with the county, there's no time frame there. And we probably need to flesh that out some more. If you want to talk about it, you can do that and try to help us flesh that out. But our staff, we can talk it over and maybe bring back, here's a a process that we suggest you go through. Considering the time tonight, that's probably what you want me to do, right? Okay. All right, staff. Propose process. The short-term items, removing the very high industrial zoning, I got the impression that that's as quickly as we can act on that, or have the planning commission act on that and forward that to you, right? Okay. As soon as possible, practical, whatever. The second item, reviewing the accessory building setbacks, complete by the end of the second quarter. What Corey would like to propose is that the second quarter you use to understand the ordinance first, and how an education process in the second quarter. He's ready with a presentation, and then you direct him as to what you want him to do, the planning commission to consider. But he thinks it's important that you understand the potential scope of the impact of this. It's not as simple, he says, as you anticipate. So if you're okay with that, he'll make a presentation sometime between now and June 30. And then you can direct him. Would that be okay?
I think, for what it's worth, editorial comment, the basic feeling is that where is that one travesty?
Well, yeah, and he's aware of that. He's very much aware of that. But what he thinks you don't appreciate is that there are many other situations that are of that nature that are legal, even if you make this change. So he wants you to make sure you understand those other implications, and that it's not going to eliminate those kind of situations because of other portions of the code that govern homes and their placement on lots, corner lots especially. So that's just to give you a little insight as to why he thinks.
We might want to broaden what we send to the
Well, I don't know, but he thinks you, and I appreciate what he's saying. I would recommend you take the time to receive his presentation and then give direction.
He's also concerned about what could make things that are already there
Non-conforming.
non-conforming.
Mhm.
We'll just have to limit to one. That was a joke.
Okay.
And so what's the timing that we're going to set?
Well, that presentation, he says, is ready. He could bring that to you anytime.
Next time.
First time we have a short meeting.
Yeah, because one of these goals here says, Tammy says, we're done by 10.
Yeah. Okay, review the flag lot ordinance, begin after completing the west side plan. Okay, the west side may take you a while.
Yeah, I think that can be, I mean, that was a shorter term thing.
Yeah.
It was.
Could be done any,
I don't think-
once you
yeah.
finish the setbacks.
So you want him to tackle that?
We could even reverse the 3 and 2 there. If he wants to come and give us a presentation, then they could work on the flag lot while we're understanding the building setbacks.
So I guess you're saying you don't want him to wait until after you complete the west
No.
side plan?
No.
Because his view is probably, as you understand, that's going to be a long process, the west side plan.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why the west side plan is in the long term and the flag lot is in the short term. Because we want those short term things to hurry
To be
without
plugged
being,
in throughout these long.
without waiting for the long term ones to be
So you don't want
finished.
this comment in red left in these minutes then, do you?
No, no.
So you strike that, did you catch that,
Mm-hmm.
Kathy? Short term, number 3, the red in parens, strike that. And let me negotiate with Corey again on the timing of that, understanding that you'd like to address that probably as soon as reasonably could.
Maybe even before the west side plan starts.
Okay. All right, that would be helpful if he knew that you're not expecting him to start the west side plan until after that.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's talk about fluoride. I'm troubled by this, and my staff is troubled by this. Putting that fee back on as a separate fee is going to generate, based on prior experience, considerable calls and questions about it. You're probably going to have people assuming you've added a new fee, and so that'll generate calls and questions. Jolene has some effort in applying that change to not the single-family homes, because that can all be done with one code change, but there's 130 or so categories. Most of those others would require changing each one of those 130 code categories. But let me suggest, and then future council might choose to go back the other way. So staff is kind of getting caught in this. If your objective is to make sure that our residents understand that they're paying part of their fee for fluoride, for whatever message or purpose you want to get out of that, and I'm looking at you, Stephanie, because you're the one that suggested this, would the purpose be accomplished, and it would be with much less impact on staff, if once or twice a year we put the note on the utility bill that just explains to them the fluoride fee of this amount is included in your monthly bill. Just some kind of note explaining. It brings it to their attention, but it doesn't require us to separate it on the bill.
And I might suggest that if the purpose is to make a political statement about how you feel about fluoride, it'd be a lot more effective just to write a letter to the county, and then you can go on record of being, opposed to this and say, county, do something about it, rather than having staff have a miserable 2 weeks every time you put it on the bill.
Well, my experience in a little over 2 years on the council is that this is the topic that I get asked about the most of all the things I've dealt with and not dealt with on the council.
So what are you hoping to accomplish, though, by putting it on the bill as a separate fee?
I want to be transparent in how much it costs.
I guess you could have a standard note, a one-liner on the bill in the note area that just says that so much of that is fluoride. But when you talk about the multifamily units that get one bill for multiple units, it's really that many units times the fluoride fee that is incorporated into the charge. I'm just trying to find a way to accomplish your objective and yet minimize what Jolene sees as a real confusing, creating some confusion and lots of questions to city staff about it.
Okay.
What do you think about his idea of putting it on there, so also stating that this much is included and it's paying for fluoride?
I think putting it on as a statement once in a while would generate more frustration than just having it there. People tend not to notice if it's the same, but if something new is put on, then they notice. I think there would be more of a...
Well, then that would accomplish the goal of trying to raise awareness in opposition to it, right?
Even better, and makes it easier for staff.
I don't know that I... Go ahead.
I kind of support it, Janet, because my wife hates it. Feels like it makes her sick. But she's quit talking about it. But she never sees the water bill anyway.
My question is, if I agree with them where they say, if all of a sudden it shows a fluoride, I'm going to think you've upped my water because of fluoride, which we haven't done. But if we were able to put something on there that explained that to me, so I understood, okay, I pay $26 for my water and $2.60 of that is for fluoride, then I think the city's not gonna get as many calls, but the
Right.
citizens are going to get
Yeah.
the
The
answer that they're
information
looking
without-
for.
I like the idea of an asterisk note better as well, because we could also have it say, state a reminder that this was a countywide decision on a county ballot.
Mhm.
And so then that defers even more the
Right.
calls and complaints to the city possibly. So I agree with the idea of raising the awareness.
Do you agree with the idea of what?
Raising the awareness,
Mhm.
but if we could do it with a note, we could also state a reminder that this is a county issue.
Yeah, if you could do a fairly substantial note, but I wouldn't suggest you do that every time.
Right.
Right.
But once a year, maybe you have that note and you note that, this fee was implemented in 2000 and whatever, after a county vote, and on a single-family bill, this is how much it represents in your water bill, something like that.
That would be good. That would be good.
If we could do that, say, once a year,
Yep.
and I draft something and run it by you and see if you're okay with.
How about, if we're gonna,
I think if we're going to do it once a year, we should probably have a longer discussion in the newsletter of
Yeah.
what that is, rather than,
Agreed.
I've got a little block of, 200 characters that says, hey, this is the issue.
We could do that.
Yeah, I think, I would prefer that it actually was in a newsletter with a discussion, because I think it's going to generate more calls, because you can't adequately describe what the situation is.
That's a good
in
point.
short.
That thing. That's a good
Is
point,
the
too.
newsletter, is it an information piece or an advocacy piece?
It's information.
Information.
It's
So,
not that,
I like that, actually. It is probably better than the other idea, from my
Yeah.
perspective.
Yeah.
If you're okay with
Yeah,
that,
I think that's great.
okay, we'll take that approach then.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I think, hold on, I think I'm done. I'm done.
All right, so we need a motion to.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I had some notes over here. Just some things you didn't include in the long-term and short-term items that were mentioned. Just want to make sure you understand that we are proceeding with the subdivision ordinance. Okay, hope that was understood. They have proceeded with the sensitive lands discussion, the Planning Commission, and agree that that should be omitted from the calculation, so you'll be seeing that come forward at some point. Then this number 4 under short-term, updating bike trail master plan and adopting to the general plan. Is that still over here? I'm working off of 2 of these. That can be done short-term if it's the master trails plan, bike plan that the Trails Committee
already
has forwarded. So we can do that, but the Planning Commission wants to take also a more comprehensive approach to walkability and pathways in the city tied in with trails and bikeways and so on. So they want to do that as a longer-term effort. So just so you understand, there's 2 parts to that. You okay with that? Okay.
So let me just go back to that really quick. We've already made some recommendations for changes to the South Main Street corridor plan. They're not talking about tying that in as part of their discussion on trails, right?
No,
Okay,
no,
just
no,
want to make
that,
sure.
no, I see this, their more comprehensive thing is going to be some months down the road, I anticipate.
Okay.
Okay. And he says that these 4 items under short-term, he believes he can get all 4 of those in the next 4 months approximately, if he can hold off on starting on these other big items, other than the South Main Street corridor. Okay. With that understanding, I'm done.
All right, so with that understanding and review, look for a motion to approve the March 23rd joint work session as amended.
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great.
All right, that was helpful. I'm sorry it was painful, but helpful.
In terms of miscellaneous business, our ULCT conference report has agreed to be tabled and provide that next
All
meeting.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yahoo.
I'm not aware of a need for a closed meeting. I don't have any appointments. We have 2 members of our Landmarks Commission who have declined to be reappointed. So if you know somebody interested in architecture or historical buildings who would be willing to serve, I'd really like to know who they are and could really use some help there. We need to go to an RDA meeting to approve funding. So look for a motion to adjourn to an RDA meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second, we adjourn to an RDA meeting. All in favor?
Aye, but I forgot to mention under miscellaneous, it seems we have some sort of insect infestation in this building.
Yes,
sort of what?
Blaine was
Are we aware
talking,
of that?
last time.
Blaine
And
was
it's
talking
the
to
same kind of bug
Kimber about that.
tonight.
We have some flying ants
Oh.
in this room. Blaine was aware and
today.
haven't noticed any tonight.
I got
You
one.
weren't swiping as much this
last
time.
time.
The only one I noticed tonight is the one that Tammy killed a few minutes ago.
there was another one.
So you, okay. that's
Blaine
first
said
time.
he had talked to Kimber about it, but if you want to put it on your Kimber
Okay.
list, that'd be great.
All right. All right.
All right, for our
Finance.
online audience, we are now in an RDA meeting
Last meeting I killed two.
as the redevelopment agency of Centerville. We have April 5th RDA meeting minutes to approve.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
These minutes are approved. We need to approve the funding for the city's share of the,
So I would
Agreement.
recommend that your motion include the estimate, the RDA paying the city's share of the Maverick agreement, cost share agreement, with the city's estimated share being $43,500.
so I will, since we're in an RDA meeting, I will go ahead and make that motion that the city council or that the RDA board approve tax increment funding to pay for the city's share of the Trailhead project, which is anticipated to be approximately $43,500.
So now, we've already built a contingency in there. I'm more comfortable placing a cap versus an estimated
And what would you like the cap to be?
45,000.
I would restate my motion for a not to exceed funding for $45,000.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. If we have a problem with that, we'll come talk to you again about it.
I move we
Yeah.
adjourn.
Have a motion to
Hopefully
adjourn?
not.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Adjourned.
Okay, thanks.